the sixth and final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We're here in Lincolnshire. The Fulbeck circuit is the host of this weekend's action, and it is safe to say the weather is damp. It's poured down most of the day, most of the morning. It was wet yesterday as well for a period. The drivers have a tricky task in these conditions and a very technical kart circuit as well. I headed out this morning to have a look around this Fulbeck circuit. Welcome to the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We are here in Lincolnshire for round 6, the final round of this year's championship. We've managed a pandemic, we've managed 6 months of racing, and now we need to manage the rain and the wind here at Fulbeck. Let's go and have a look at a very wet Fulbeck circuit. So this 1950s airbase, the old RAF Fulbeck, gives a great challenge for drivers. Long straights, tight corners, starting with this first chicane, the run up to the first chicane. So a long straight, the start finish line is here. It's quite a flat circuit here, not much undulation, but it is quite coarse. As I say, 1950s, it's been here a long time. So it gives a great challenge for the drivers. We will see some good overtaking as well. Everything we need for the final round of the championship. And the entry into the first chicane, so 2 bus stop chicanes here. There's one here at turn 1. If we go right onto the other side of the circuit behind us, you'll see the other one on the far side, almost opposite each other, these 2 bus stop chicanes. Think Spa, that last chicane at Spa, very similar, tight, twisty. Drivers have to get them right. We were talking also about the coarseness, how tough this circuit is. Just have a look down here. This is on the way into this little mini crater on the way into. There's another one just behind us here. This is all in the braking zone for this turn 1, so expect it to be tough under braking. Drivers have to come in, certainly be dealing with the slippery wet conditions this morning, certainly trying to find the right line into this chicane. Let's go and have a look at it as well. The drivers will stay away from the curbs. The curbs are quite tasty here. They are quite big, although you can see where some drivers have taken a whole chunk of curb and taken the paint off the curb here into turn 1. This is all about momentum. Expect to see drivers take that wider line in the wet conditions, just slightly off the racing line, slightly away from the rubber, and try and just set themselves up in the first part of the corner to get the best possible exit on the way out. This is super tight in here. You don't realise how tight it is until you actually get to it and you see it in the flesh. It's a real hard left turn, but they've got to try and keep it onto the left curb to get the best run out into the best overtaking opportunity here at Fulbeck. And we're here at turn 2, this long sweeping right-hander, one of, if not the best overtaking opportunity that you'll get here at Fulbeck. The drivers will come off quite a long straight from the first chicane, so exit speed from that chicane is absolutely critical, and they will look to dive down the inside. 180 degrees, comes all the way around and back on itself, and then it's another blast downhill into the second chicane. You will see overtaking here. You'll also see a very wide line from the drivers in the wet conditions, trying to avoid that rubber, trying to avoid that slippery surface on the usual racing line. This corner could be key. We're at the furthest point away from the start-finish line of the circuit. This could be key to set you up for the second half of the lap. And on the exit of turn 2 is one of these sausage curves, one of these curves that's quite abrasive. It certainly will give the drivers a good rattle around if they land onto this curb on the exit of turn 2. So they will want to try and keep it neat and tidy. But just look at that run all the way down to the second chicane. Lots of opportunities to get in the slipstream, to get a toe in behind the driver in front and try and find a way through under braking into the second chicane. And the second chicane here is more or less identical to the first. Drivers will need to carry as much momentum through these corners as they can. And really, it's not about the chicane itself, it's about the exit speed down towards the bottom end of the circuit. If you look at it again, this curb's a little bit more friendly, a little bit flatter. You can see where the drivers have run over the paintwork on the rumble strip as well. So There is always a little bit of standing water in the chicane as well in the wet conditions, so little things for the drivers to be aware of, to consider as they come into these corners. Again, lots of them will try and sacrifice entry speed for exit speed, although the danger with that is you do run the risk of somebody diving up the inside and taking a place away. And here at the entry to turn 4, this is where the circuit changes. We've gone from long blasts to tight chicanes, tight corners. All of a sudden, this is all mid-range, it's all technical, it's all an opportunity for the drivers to make sure they are pinpoint accuracy with their lines. Not an awful lot of overtaking, there may be a little bit coming down the inside into turn 5. Turn 4 here is very quick. The drivers will try and get onto the apex, although probably not in the wet conditions, probably be around about where I am at the moment on this sort of more grippy. You can almost feel it, it's more coarse underfoot. Whereas if I head over onto the racing line here, it's certainly more slippery, undoubtedly, where the rubber has been laid down. So expect the drivers in the wet to be over here. Expect them in the dry to be a little bit close to the apex. What all the drivers will want to do is quickly get the kart back onto the left-hand side for turn 5, although the brave drivers will stick it down the inside, just hold that inside line and just try and sneak a place into turn 5. And the hairpin right at turn 5, a little bit of standing water here at the moment, a little bit of standing water on the outside and on the inside of the corner as well, so I do expect turn 5 to be a great overtaking opportunity, but it might just differ. Drivers just have to be careful of the aquaplane, the fact that the wheels sometimes skim across the top of standing water. So what a challenge for the drivers today in these conditions. We do expect the rain to go away from about lunchtime, but this morning certainly a real challenge for these drivers. And remember, drivers will have different mentalities towards today's racing. Some drivers are out front trying to preserve leads, others can go on the attack and be a little bit braver. This is the sort of place I expect drivers to be that little bit braver coming into turn 5. And on the exit of 5, another quite violent, quite severe curb on the exit. So drivers want to get the best possible run on this short straight, this back straight. I had a huge engine failure here once on this back straight, huge back straight, down towards the last overtaking chance and the last really technical section of the circuit. It's one of the most historic corners in British kart racing down there at turn 6 here at Fulbeck, and it does set you up for the rest of the lap, but it's very technical. There's a lot of series of corners you have to get right. The other point here, we talked about standing water. If you look at the exit of turn 5 at the moment, you don't just get an indication of the standing water, but the wind here as well. It's really windy today. You can see the wind pushing the rain, and you know, we've got a small swimming pool here for the drivers to deal with as well, right in the middle of turn 5. So expect, certainly when you're watching the footage today, expect drivers to have to combat some of these challenges. And the lap finishes here at Fulbeck, as we said, with this really complex series of corners. The anvil, as it's known, turn 6 here at Fulbeck. It starts really quickly. Drivers will fly into here. It almost feeds into the corner, drags you into the corner. But you want to keep it nice and neat and tidy, because the exit of this second right-hander is the real key to get you that great run all the way out and back up to start finish. So let's go and have a quick look now. As we say, it's quick. It filters and funnels you into the corner, so you almost let the kart drive you on the way into here, nice and tight on the apex to the left. Let the kart roll onto the apex of the right, and then all of a sudden there's a second right-hander that you almost don't feel, you almost don't see it, and it's just about here you need to give it a little bit more turn, a little bit more lock to get you into this longer right-handed corner. Then from there, it's let the kart roll onto the exit of this stadium section, this bottom section of the circuit. We've just got the pit lane entry here as well. The dummy grid is just on the far side. Fairly nasty curb on the exit as well. Drivers will want to avoid that, or they will get a bit of a shudder, a bit of a jump. In the dry, this is so grippy. This is so, you'll see almost karts bouncing under the grip as the mechanical energy goes through the tyres. In the wet, it becomes super slippy. Again, need to get the best possible angle, the best possible line. You won't see drivers in the wet conditions turn in about here, which would be the dry lap. Expect them to turn in a little bit closer to this sort of point here. What that does, gives you a straight line on the exit, and that's what drivers will want to do today. The best drivers who combat these conditions will try and straight line this Fulbeck circuit as much as they can, wider onto the entry, hit the apex and straight line the exit. That is the quickest way around Fulbeck in the wet. From here it's momentum, it's speed and momentum. How quickly can you get with a minimum turn in, the minimum effort onto these Daniel Ricciardo Series karts? Because this left-hander that takes you all the way back up to start finish is flat in the dry. In the wet, it's a little bit more tricky because you're trying to carry as much speed as you possibly can. So a really complex section of the circuit. Don't expect to see loads of overtaking. If the drivers are really brave, you can nip up the inside. If you get a great run off here, you can get up the inside into that final turn. But don't expect loads of overtaking here. This is more about momentum, more about trying to secure a strong lap time than gaining places. And that's it, a lap of Fulbeck here in Lincolnshire for round 6, the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. The last thing for the drivers to do is take the long drag up the start finish straight and try and get their nose over the line in front of everyone else. We will have 3 new Daniel Ricciardo Series champions today. Who will it be? You'll have to join us this afternoon on the live stream on YouTube and on Facebook to find out. But for now, let's see how the drivers get on in qualifying.
And I can tell you that I've just about dried out from that track walk this morning. It's still very, very wet here, it has to be said. We have a 20-minute delay in our scheduled programme, and that is so that the officials, so that the clerk of the course in particular, can just do another inspection of the circuit, just check in terms of where that standing water is, and just to make sure, first and foremost, from a safety perspective, it is very, it's coming down very, very heavily at the moment. It has to be said. It's probably as heavy as it has been all morning. We do have some areas of standing water. Certainly the exit of turn 5, which is actually what you're looking at, or what you were looking at on your screen. There's a really good representation of the sort of conditions at the moment. It is very, very heavy. We are actually scheduled to have a break in the weather from around about lunchtime. It's meant to get a little bit lighter. We're hoping that we can certainly, I mean, if yesterday's anything to go by, it was wet in the morning and then certainly started to dry out in the afternoon. I think it's significantly wetter this morning than yesterday, but we are expecting a break in the clouds from lunchtime onwards, but we've still got to get to lunchtime. So the DRS 62s, who were scheduled to be off at 10:15 for their qualifying session, they are now scheduled for 10:35, and we will see what the knock-on effect is on the rest of the schedule. The first heat is still scheduled for 11:30, but we'll see whether or not that is going to be a possibility. The drivers are down there, the DRS 62s. They are down on the grid at the moment. Well, there's karts on the grid at the moment. I don't think there's many drivers there at the moment as they all try and take some shelter. Again, you can see the extent of the rainfall on the dummy grid down there. It'll just give us a moment to have a look at the situation in the championship. This is the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series for 2021. We've had 6 rounds in total. We started at Hooton Park, what seems an awful long time ago, and it's brought us to this grand finale here in Lincolnshire. The championship at the moment is led by Connor Scarisbrick, the number 121. He's got 1,261 points, but as you will be aware if you are a regular viewer of the Daniel Ricciardo Series, each driver will drop their worst 3 heats and their worst final from their total score. So it almost gives you the chance to recover from maybe a technical problem or a bad couple of races or a bad race weekend even. It also means that the drivers who didn't take part in a full race weekend, they will drop those scores as their worst. They will come off their tally, and it means that they're still in the hunt as well. And we see that in a couple of other of the classes as well. So you'll be able to get the championship points if you go to the Alpha Timing website. You go to results, scroll down to the Daniel Ricciardo Series, and you'll be able to see that Conor Scarisbrick leads the way. It's probably our closest of the three championship classes that we have. We have the DRS 62s, the DRS 100 juniors, and the DRS 125 senior class with us this weekend, as always. So it's probably the closest we've got so far. Conor Scarisbrick, who leads on 1,261 points, just 12 points behind him. Now, bear in mind, you get 65 points for winning a heat and 130 points for winning a final. That's not an awful lot of points to have as a buffer between first and second. So Jack Robinson, the number 4, second in the championship. Just a 25 or so points behind him is Harry Bartle. Now, Harry Bartle, the problem Harry's got is that he dropped the whole of round 3. So when we went to Clay Pigeon, an awful lot. So as we said earlier on, there is a delay to our proceedings here. Just a 20-minute delay to allow the clerk of the course to inspect the circuit once more. What I would say is it's certainly continuing to, it's probably the heaviest it's been now, if I'm perfectly honest. It's certainly very, very heavy out there indeed. You can see from the excellent picture on your screen the extent of the downpour at the moment. And as I say, that is in one of the, just as you go into the second chicane, there's clearly some standing water. And I think the issue from a safety perspective is certainly not the wet conditions. You know, drivers are very used to driving in these conditions. They'll have had lots of experience of doing so. But when there is a risk of the standing water coming into play, you'll have seen it, I'm sure, when you drive your car down the motorway and you hit that puddle of water and all of a sudden the front of the car, if you like, feels very loose and you get the feeling that you're not in total control. That is the element of risk that is presented by this extent of downpour. And this, you know, you can just see on the left of your screen there the standing water in the puddles and on the exit of turn 5. It's we're going to need this. Certainly going to need this to calm down a little bit. This rain. We're certainly going to need it to to just start to reduce ever so slightly. So at the moment, we are in a bit of a holding pattern here at Fulbeck for the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Here we're still in October? I think we are still in October, aren't we? Just about last day of October this weekend. And remember, you'll have seen, I'm sure, that the Daniel Ricciardo Series for 2022 has been launched. So those drivers who are looking towards this series, this excellent breeding ground for young drivers, and looking towards their season's motorsport next year. I know the Daniel Ricciardo Series team are putting on lots of events throughout the winter. I know there's an event at Rissington in December for drivers to come and test, come and try the karts, come and get involved with a view for the Championship Challenge of 2022. The DRS 125s, they're going to be a little bit behind those scheduled times, I would imagine. That's our senior class. Will also look towards the championship standings in the DRS 125s. And that's an interesting one because Sam Faulkner, the number 283, has a very good lead. He's got about 43-point lead over Elliott Stanley, and Matthew Pearce is just 3 points further back. But Sam Faulkner didn't take part in round one. So if Sam Faulkner was to have, a technical problem today, or any sort of issue out on circuit, or just not the dominant display that we've seen in previous rounds, he could come under pressure from Elliott Stanley and Matthew Pearce. Tom Snape's in fourth in the championship. He's quite some distance behind the top three. So it's probably a 3-horse race only for the DRS 125s. And then our class in the middle, the junior category, the DRS 100s, led by Rowan Campbell-Pilling, 1,266 points against Alicia Palmovsky's 1,214. So there is a comfortable gap. So Rowan Campbell-Pilling really is going to have a bit of a shocker of a day to relinquish that championship advantage. He's also got the added advantage of understanding and knowing that Alicia Palmovsky has dropped a full round, so therefore can't afford to drop any other heats or the final here this weekend. Dylan Briley, third in the championship, 1,181 points, so another 30-odd points behind Alicia Palmovsky in second. Then Maximilian Solarski, he's won a couple of finals, hasn't he? He won at Hooton Park, he won at I think he won at Rissington as well. And then Henry Foote behind them in fifth. Freddie Cox is sixth. He dropped a full round at round number 2 at Rissington. And then Charlie Radford, Sherry-Ann Powell, Bryn Calder and Sam Halley-Hinksman. They are the top 10 in the championship at the moment. So as we said on the track walk, different strategies this weekend. And certainly this rain will certainly mix things up a little bit. It will certainly make things a little bit more interesting. And we're just, as I say, just got that small delay. So while we have this delay, for those that are joining us a little bit later, just to let people know, we have a 20-minute delay initially while the circuit is inspected. And whilst, for those that have joined us late, whilst we are waiting for that official announcement, let's head back out onto this Fulbeck circuit and see the challenges that face the drivers this weekend.
Welcome to the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We are here in Lincolnshire for round 6, the final round of this year's championship. We've managed a pandemic, we've managed 6 months of racing, and now we need to manage the rain and the wind here at Fulbeck. Let's go and have a look at a very wet Fulbeck circuit. So this 1950s airbase, the old RAF Fulbeck, gives a great challenge for drivers. Long straights, tight corners, starting with this first chicane, the run up to the first chicane. So a long straight, the start finish line is here. It's quite a flat circuit here, not much undulation, but it is quite coarse. As I say, 1950s, it's been here a long time. So it gives a great challenge for the drivers. We will see some good overtaking as well. Everything we need for the final round of the championship. And the entry into the first chicane, so 2 bus stop chicanes here. There's one here at turn 1. If we go right onto the other side of the circuit behind us, you'll see the other one on the far side, almost opposite each other. these two bus stop chicanes. Think Spa, that last chicane at Spa, very, very similar, tight, twisty. Drivers have to get them right. We were talking also about the coarseness, how tough this circuit is. Just have a look down here. This is on the way into this little mini crater on the way into. There's another one just behind us here. This is all in the braking zone for this turn 1, so expect it to be tough under braking. Drivers have to come in, certainly be dealing with the slippery wet conditions this morning, certainly trying to find the right line into this chicane. Let's go and have a look at it as well. The drivers will stay away from the curbs. The curbs are quite tasty here. They are quite big, although you can see where some drivers have taken a whole chunk of curb and taken the paint off the curb here into turn 1. This is all about momentum. Expect to see drivers take that wider line in the wet conditions, just slightly off the racing line, slightly away from the rubber, and try and just set themselves up in the first part of the corner to get the best possible exit on the way out. This is super tight in here. You don't realise how tight it is until you actually get to it and you see it in the flesh. It's a real hard left turn, but they've got to try and keep it onto the left curb to get the best run out into the best overtaking opportunity here at Fulbeck. And we're here at turn 2, this long sweeping right-hander, one of, if not the best overtaking opportunity that you'll get here at Fulbeck. The drivers will come off quite a long straight from the first chicane, so exit speed from that chicane is absolutely critical, and they will look to dive down the inside. 180 degrees, comes all the way around and back on itself, and then it's another blast downhill into the second chicane. You will see overtaking here. You'll also see a very wide line from the drivers in the wet conditions, trying to avoid that rubber, trying to avoid that slippery surface on the usual racing line. This corner could be key. We're at the furthest point away from the start-finish line of the circuit. This could be key to set you up for the second half of the lap. And on the exit of turn 2 is one of these sausage curves, one of these curves that's quite abrasive. It certainly will give the drivers a good rattle around if they land onto this curb on the exit of turn 2, so they will want to try and keep it neat and tidy. But just look at that run all the way down to the second chicane. Lots of opportunities to get in the slipstream, to get a toe in behind the driver in front and try and find a way through under braking into the second chicane. And the second chicane here is more or less identical to the first. Drivers will need to carry as much momentum through these corners as they can. And really, it's not about the chicane itself, it's about the exit speed down towards the bottom end of the circuit. If you look at it again, this curb's a little bit more friendly, a little bit flatter. You can see where the drivers have run over the paintwork on the rumble strip as well. So there is always a little bit of standing water in the chicane as well in the wet conditions. So little things for the drivers to be aware of, to consider as they come into these corners. Again, lots of them will try and sacrifice entry speed for exit speed. Although the danger with that is you do run the risk of somebody diving up the inside and taking a place away. And here at the entry to turn 4, this is where the circuit changes. We've gone from long blasts to tight chicanes, tight corners. All of a sudden, this is all mid-range. It's all technical. It's all an opportunity for the drivers to make sure they are pinpoint accuracy with their lines. Not an awful lot of overtaking. There may be a little bit coming down the inside into turn 5. Turn 4 here is very quick. The drivers will try and get onto the apex, although probably not in the wet conditions, probably be around about where I am at the moment on this sort of more grippy. You can almost feel it, it's more coarse underfoot. Whereas if I head over onto the racing line here, it's certainly more slippery, undoubtedly, where the rubber has been laid down. So expect the drivers in the wet to be over here. Expect them in the dry to be a little bit close to the apex. What all the drivers will want to do is quickly get the car back onto the left-hand side for turn 5, although the brave drivers will stick it down the inside, just hold that inside line and just try and sneak a place into turn 5. And the hairpin right at turn 5, a little bit of standing water here at the moment, a little bit of standing water on the outside and on the inside of the corner as well, so I do expect turn 5 to be a great overtaking opportunity, but it might just differ. Drivers just have to be careful of the aquaplane, the fact that the wheels sometimes skim across the top of standing water. So what a challenge for the drivers today in these conditions. We do expect the rain to go away from about lunchtime, but this morning certainly a real challenge for these drivers. And remember, drivers will have different mentalities towards today's racing. Some drivers are out front trying to preserve leads, others can go on the attack and be a little bit braver. This is the sort of place I expect drivers to be that little bit braver coming into turn 5. And on the exit of 5, another quite violent, quite severe curb on the exit. So drivers want to get the best possible run on this short straight, this back straight. I had a huge engine failure here once on this back straight, huge back straight, down towards the last overtaking chance and the last really technical section of the circuit. It's one of the most historic corners in British kart racing down there at turn 6 here at Fulbeck. And it does set you up for the rest of the lap, but it's very technical. There's a lot of series of corners you have to get right. The other point here, we talked about standing water. If you look at the exit of turn 5 at the moment, you don't just get an indication of the standing water, but the wind here as well. It's really windy today. You can see the wind pushing the rain, and you know, we've got a small swimming pool here for the drivers to deal with as well, right in the middle of turn 5. So expect, certainly when you're watching the footage today, expect drivers to have to combat some of these challenges. And the lap finishes here at Fulbeck, as we said, with this really complex series of corners. The anvil, as it's known, turn 6 here at Fulbeck. It starts really quickly. Drivers will fly into here. It almost feeds into the corner, drags you into the corner. But you want to keep it nice and neat and tidy, because the exit of this second right-hander is the real key to get you that great run all the way out and back up to start finish. So let's go and have a quick look now. As we say, it's quick. It filters and funnels you into the corner, so you almost let the kart drive you on the way into here, nice and tight on the apex to the left. Let the kart roll onto the apex of the right, and then all of a sudden there's a second right-hander that you almost don't feel, you almost don't see it, and it's just about here you need to give it a little bit more turn, a little bit more lock to get you into this longer right-handed corner. Then from there, it's let the kart roll onto the exit of this stadium section, this bottom section of the circuit. We've just got the pit lane entry here as well. The dummy grid is just on the far side. Fairly nasty curb on the exit as well. Drivers will want to avoid that, or they will get a bit of a shudder, a bit of a jump. In the dry, this is so grippy. You'll see almost karts bouncing under the grip as the mechanical energy goes through the tyres. In the wet, it becomes super slippy. Again, need to get the best possible angle, the best possible line. You won't see drivers in the wet conditions turn in about here, which would be the dry lap. Expect them to turn in a little bit closer to this sort of point here. What that does, gives you a straight line on the exit, and that's what drivers will want to do today. The best drivers who combat these conditions will try and straight line this Fulbeck circuit as much as they can, wider onto the entry, hit the apex and straight line the exit. That is the quickest way around Fulbeck in the wet. From here, it's momentum, it's speed and momentum. How quickly can you get with a minimum turn in, the minimum effort onto these Daniel Ricciardo Series karts? Because this left-hander that takes you all the way back up to start finish is flat in the dry. In the wet, it's a little bit more tricky because you're trying to carry as much speed as you possibly can. So a really complex section of the circuit. Don't expect to see loads of overtaking. If the drivers are really brave, you can nip up the inside. If you get a great run off here, you can get up the inside into that final turn. But don't expect loads of overtaking here. This is more about momentum, more about trying to secure a strong lap time than gaining places. And that's it, a lap of Fulbeck here in Lincolnshire for round 6, the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. The last thing for the drivers to do is take the long drag up the start-finish straight and try and get their nose over the line in front of everyone else. We will have 3 new Daniel Ricciardo Series champions today. Who will it be? You'll have to join us this afternoon on the live stream on YouTube and on Facebook to find out. But for now, let's see how the drivers get on in qualifying.
So welcome back, everyone, to round 6, the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Fulbeck. If you're tuning in expecting to see the action, unfortunately, we are currently experiencing a rain delay. It is, you can see yourself from the pictures there. It's probably as heavy as it has been so far this morning. At the moment, we have significant levels of standing water, and there is a suspension in our program. We have a track inspection, again, a decision for an announcement from the clerk of the course and the organisers at around about 11 o'clock. So we will be back with you in around about 20 minutes time to give you an update from a rain-soaked Fulbeck here at round 6, the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We'll be back with you just around about 11 o'clock. So welcome back to round 6 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Fulbeck. A rain-delayed Fulbeck. We are still awaiting an update, if you like. We know that it's now going to be 12 noon before we have any information. What I would say is that the rain has just slightly eased. It is still fairly heavy out there, and we have, as you can see on your screen, quite significant areas of standing water, which has led to the officials deciding that at the moment things are not safe and suitable for us to begin the conclusion of this year's championship. We will see what happens at 12 o'clock. That is the next milestone, if you like, for the officials to make an announcement at 12. We have been looking at the rain radar up here in race control. We do think it is going to ease ever so slightly, but obviously with an easing of the weather, we still need to clear some of the standing water from the circuit. So we will wait and see what happens at 12 o'clock. So if you are tuning in for or expecting to see the start of round 6 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series, it is rain delayed here. We've had heavy downpours this morning. We have significant areas of standing water on circuit, and we'll be back just around about 12 noon with an update, and we will see you then. So welcome back to the sixth and final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Fulbeck. If you've been tuning in, you will have seen the notifications on the live stream that we have had quite significant rain delays this morning. We had quite a downpour just around about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. It continued for around about an hour and a half. It produced some quite large areas of standing water. You can see on your screen now the officials just trying to get those final pieces of standing water just off the circuit and just trying to make the circuit race ready. It is actually quite bright now. The sun is shining. There's a few clouds in the distance, but for the first time today, we've got blue skies. And we are hoping to get underway around about 12:30 today. So we will have a slightly amended schedule. We'll bring you information around that schedule shortly. May well be a short reduction in some of the timings of the races in the qualifying session, but we'll bring you all that information as we have it. I know that schedule is being worked on as we speak. And you can see from the pictures, we're just trying to remove the last sections of standing water on the circuit. The part you can see there is just out of the far, just on the way into the final corner here at Fulbeck, and in the far distance where you can see the parked car on your screen, that's the exit of turn 5. A little bit of standing water being treated there as well. It is significantly better than it was, even half an hour ago. Now we've had the sun onto the circuit, so I would imagine certainly within a session or two of drivers out there, most of the standing water will be dispersed. So we are scheduled to restart our day's schedule at 12:30 for those of you who are tuning in on YouTube and on our Facebook page as well. And we will be back with you in just around about 15 minutes to start with all the build-up to that first qualifying session, the delayed qualifying session for the DRS 62, scheduled for 12:30. We will then follow on with the DRS 125s and the DRS 100s. Will all take part in their qualifying sessions. I would imagine that we will not be having a lunch break, so to speak, now, but we will get you all the information regarding that updated schedule as soon as we have it. And we'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes, just before the 12:30 off time for the first qualifying session for the DRS 62s. And we will see you then. So welcome back, everyone. Series here at Fulbeck. It's a delayed start, but it is a start nonetheless, and we are almost ready to get the day's action underway. You will have seen, if you've been watching the live stream on YouTube or our Facebook page, you will have been well aware of the delays that we've had today. Those delays have been ultimately through the weather. We had a huge downpour, torrential rain, persistent torrential rain, 10:30, 11 o'clock here. That flooded the circuit, absolutely flooded it. It was bouncing off the start-finish line at one point, and we had significant areas of standing water on the circuit. That now, thankfully, has more or less dispersed. We had a break in the clouds about 15, 20 minutes ago. The sun is now shining over us here in Lincolnshire. And there still is a couple of areas of concern, but there's drivers that have been out on circuit and just tested the water, if you like, to make sure that everything was as it should be. And from a safety perspective, the officials and the steward are happy for us to get underway. And underway we will indeed get started in around about 9 minutes time at 12:30. We've got a revised schedule, which we'll talk through in just a moment. That schedule will be started by the DRS 62 drivers. Our youngest competitors will be first on circuit for their qualifying. These are the revised times now for their races. Qualifying is 12:30. The first heat is at 1:15, 2 o'clock for the pre-final, and 2:45 for the grand final. Now, for those of you who have good knowledge of kart racing, you will see those and think, oh, that's very, very tight. It is going to be very tight. We are on a very, very tight schedule now because obviously we've had the rain delay and we are trying to fit in effectively a full day's racing into a time scale. So the difference is that the qualifying sessions have been reduced to 5 minutes and the first heat has been reduced to 5 minutes plus a lap. That means that in turn and the main finals to 10 minutes plus a lap, which is just the amendments that have been made by the officials here to ensure a full complement of racing in for the drivers today, and we can keep within the timings that are required as well. Of course, the daylight saving came to us overnight and we have effectively lost a day's sunlight. So having factor all that in, there's been some genius minds calculating things in the background here in race control. And they've managed to get everything done. We are obviously in the hands still of the weather because there are still actually some fairly angry looking clouds over to the left-hand side of me, just away from the circuit. And obviously with kart racing, there is an element of the unknown. There's some unpredictability to what could happen in the 3.5, 4 hours that we have remaining here. Of course, there could be drivers that need to be recovered, karts that need to be recovered on the circuit, which takes time. So all of that will be factored in. We will see how we get on. I think it's fair to say that's the best way to consider what might happen this afternoon. What we do know is that we're going to have some new champions this afternoon. We're going to have 3 brand new Daniel Ricciardo Series champions. And we'll talk through the championship picture as it unfolds throughout the day. A little bit more complicated with the points because obviously there are dropped scores and dropped rounds to be included as well. But we'll do our best to keep abreast of all the point situation. Certainly the DRS 62s are undoubtedly the closest in terms of championship points of the 3 classes, but there's still a lot of racing to go on. And of course, in the wet conditions, there's a lot more things can happen as well. There's a lot more margin for error. So let's see how things unfold here at Fulbeck for round 6. We're just around about 5 minutes away from our first qualifying session. You can see the area on your screen is just the entry to the final corner. So that's just one of the areas that has the most standing water. Turn 5, exit turn 5 has a little bit as well. But as soon as you get a few karts through that standing water. They'll start to cut the water within the grooves of the wet tyres and start to disperse it themselves, naturally disperse it away from that. It's actually starting to look over start-finish line now. There's almost some very small dry patches over start-finish when we, which is where we're looking. I'm in that big tower just to the right-hand side of your picture. But you can just see the darker areas of the circuit where it's wet, and you can start to see the less shiny, the duller section, which is actually more or less some dry sections. Certainly on the way into the first chicane, there is a couple of little dry sections, then there's a little puddle, and then they turn into the apex. So it could be really challenging for the drivers, something for them to navigate their way around in the early stages here, and the conditions will be changeable, I would imagine, for the next hour or so. You can also see there the volume of rain it put down. There you go. That's a better indication of what we've got. On the left-hand side there, you can see the shiny, wet, almost parts of standing water. And on the right, you can almost see where it's starting to get a little bit duller, a little bit darker, a little bit almost like a matte finish on the circuit, which is almost a dry, these little periods of dry weather that we're having. So interesting stuff. And this will be changeable. This circuit will dry fast, especially because it's quite a windy day out there and the sun is shining at the moment. Temperatures certainly come up significantly in the last half an hour or so. So I would certainly expect this to dry quite quickly, and tyre choice may become very important for those drivers. Remember, the drivers have to have chosen their allotted tyre before they come onto the dummy grid to prepare for the race. The drivers have a choice of two tyres, the slick tyre and the grooved wet tyre. No different compounds available to these drivers, but there is a choice of slick or wet. I will imagine, well, they certainly all will be on the wet tyre initially. But up next is the DRS 62s. In terms of the championship picture in the DRS 62s, it's tight, very tight indeed. The championship leader, Conor Scarisbrick, the 1-2-1, is some 12 points clear of Jack Robinson. Harry Bartle third in the championship, Oscar Walsh fourth, Ewan Scott is fifth. I'd say certainly down to Oscar Walsh. I'm sure he will still think that he's in with a half chance here as well of leapfrogging two or three of the drivers ahead of him. What the drivers do have is less time to produce the goods. Today, 5 minutes, remember, for the qualifying session and for the first heat. That extends to 8 minutes for the pre-final, and then 10 minutes for that grand final this afternoon. Remember, all the timings will be subject to change because we are in the hands of the weather and the circumstances that can happen on any given Sunday at a kart racing meeting. But we are just about to get some action, the first action of the day. Then some of the drivers got out and did some of the warm-up session this morning. We had a couple of drivers come out and do a reconnaissance lap, effectively, to give some information back to the officials and check that everybody was happy with the current track conditions. There's absolutely no problem with the track conditions now at all. It's just a normal wet day, if anything, and it's probably going to get significantly less wet in the next half an hour or so. Certainly once we get drivers on circuit, this place will dry very quickly indeed. So from this morning, when I was fairly convinced around 10:30 we might all be packing up and going home. But fair play to everyone involved. We've stuck it out. We've found a way. We've manipulated the schedule. And we will get some racing here at round 6, the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. So first out, 12:30, the DRS 62 qualifying, 12:45 for the 125s, 1 o'clock for the DRS 100s. Then we go straight into the heats, 1:15 for the DRS 62s, 1:30 for the 125s, and 1:45 for the DRS 100s. And then we bounce from the heats to the finals, the pre-final for the DRS 62s at 2 o'clock, 2:15 for the pre-final for the 125s, and 2:30 for the DRS 100s. And then similar timings again for the 10 minutes plus a lap main finals, which kick off around about 2:45. The DRS 62's engines are turned over. And they are about to get underway here for our first of the qualifying sessions. They're going to be led out by Jack Robinson, who is the man in the box seat to try and overtake Conor Scarisbrick for the championship. Into the chicane they go. They all stream out. You can just see a little kick up of spray, if you like. We'll follow the drivers round for a lap or two and just try and give you an indication of the areas. You can see the spray comes off the tyres of the drivers as they go through the particularly wet parts of the circuit. There's not really any real standing water now, is there, other than that little section into the paddock area. Coming back onto the main straight. They're coming down now towards the second chicane. That little right-handed kink, it's flat out for these DRS 62 drivers. Even in the wet conditions, that's the case. It's through that left, right, left. Oh, we've got a driver off. We've got two drivers off, so very slippy then on the way into the left-hander at turn 4. And that's caught a couple out on that first lap. You'd have thought the drivers would have been a little bit overcautious on that first lap, just trying to get used to the conditions, but a couple have done a bit too much, and there is a waved yellow flag, of course, on the way into turn 4. So here are the leaders on the road. We will get the live timing in place and see who is going to make the early running. The DRS 62s, remember, championship points available for this qualifying session. So those that are in the hunt for the championship need to be right at it from minute 1. And with only 5 minutes of this qualifying session available, they've got to get out there and get a time on the board as quickly as they possibly can. I'm just looking now at the drivers going through the chicane. Through the right-hander, and then down the hill go this current group in qualifying. So drivers to look out for. Jack Robinson is the fastest so far, 1:01.9 for him. Oscar Walsh second fastest, Ewan Scott third, Scarisbrick is 4th, and Zach McDonald is 5th. Jackson Lane just moves up into 6th, the 1:31, and then Harry Bartle is 7th fastest at the moment. Again, we've already had half of the time of this qualifying session, so the sun is absolutely beaming down on us. So it may change from lap to lap. These conditions may change from lap to lap. We've still got a waved yellow flag into turn 4. I wonder if there's a kart on the exit of 4. We'll keep an eye on that, and here come some more of the drivers, the rookie drivers donated by the black number plate. They're the rookie drivers, and the number plates, the yellow number plates, the drivers that have had a season more established. And here is a couple of those drivers through to complete another lap. There's that waved yellow flag. Now why is that? It's because there's a kart in the middle of between turn 4 and 5. Not really anywhere you can put it either. They can't get it back on the road. There's not really anywhere, any escape road or anywhere they can put that kart. So that yellow flag I would expect to stay out for the majority of the session now. So, in terms of the quickest driver, we're doing about 1:02s a lap or so ago, and then Harry Bartle has just done a minute flat, so he's just gone around about, well, 1.7 seconds quicker than everybody else on circuit. Harry Bartle just managed to hook things up. The times will come down every single lap, and we've just got around about a minute to go here, so those drivers about to cross the line will only get probably only get one more shot at it. Let's have a look. There's another yellow flag going into turn 6, which is the complex section at the end of the lap. Here is Robinson over the line to start probably his last flying lap. Jack Robinson, he's done a 1:01.4. They're all still 7/10 slower than Harry Bartle. Remember, Harry Bartle still in this championship, but only just because he missed a round. So he really has to be absolutely at his best and hope that others trip up on this Sunday's round 6, the final round. Bartle, Robinson, Walsh, Scott, Scarisbrick. So championship leader, Connor Scarisbrick, only 5th fastest at the moment. How important will that be come 3 o'clock this afternoon? Does he need to find a little bit more time, Scarisbrick? Under a little bit of pressure here. Here comes the checkered flag, so this will be the last lap for these drivers to come through on their qualifying session. Round the final corner, here come there is Harry Bartle, the fastest man. Robinson has just completed his last flying lap. It's no better from him. 1:01.7 last time. Walsh and Scarisbrick goes one quicker, up to 4th. 1:02 flat for Scarisbrick, dislodges Ewan Scott, drops him down to 5th, and Zach McDonald knocks him down to 6th as well. So Ewan Scott not having the best of the end of the session. All the drivers are through with the exception of Jackson Lane. Jackson Lane goes up to 4th, so Scarisbrick is demoted back down to 5th. Who else moves in these closing stages? Nat Johnston into 11th and Oliver Harrison up into 13th. I think pretty much everybody else has been through. Last couple just coming across the line now. They are Lewin Aid and Cruz Dalton in 12th. Aid is 16th. So they have all concluded their 5-minute sprint qualifying session. And Harry Bartle is fastest of them all. Jack Robinson, who is 2nd in the championship, 2nd on the road. Now, the important thing here is he will have taken some points back from Connor Scarisbrick. 5th fastest for Scarisbrick, 2nd for Robinson. So that's probably the perfect start for Robinson. Bartle as well, fastest. He's 3rd in the championship. So they will have both taken some points back from Connor Scarisbrick in that qualifying session. It also gives them obviously track position or grid position for the first heat. And these heats will be a sprint. They will be quick. They will be, I would imagine, fairly chaotic, fairly all action. Those 5-minute first heats. So Scarisbrick, 5th fastest. Bartle, fastest man, 1:09.23. Jack Robinson, 2nd fastest. He was 6/10 slower than Harry Bartle. So Bartle certainly's got the pace in the wet conditions. Oscar Walsh, 3rd fastest, the top rookie as well. Jackson Lane, 4th. Connor Scarisbrick, 5th. Zach McDonald, 6th. Ewan Scott in 7th. Liam Karbalov was 8th fastest. Oscar Walsh was 9th. And Benjamin Baker was 10th. So that's the first. So we got through that with no real concerns. And we'll be back in just a few minutes' time with the DRS 125 qualifying scheduled off for around about 12:45. So the drivers for the DRS 125s just getting themselves ready, preparing themselves on the dummy grid. I wouldn't imagine that there'll be the cat and mouse games that we've seen at previous rounds in qualifying. We've seen drivers not come out until the later stages of qualifying. This is only 5 minutes. They can't really afford not to go and get a time on the board. They'll all be keen to get out there and get at least a decent, half-decent lap into the bank. Make sure that they are ready for any other change of conditions. It's just become a little bit more overcast. Blue sky still is above us, but it is quite windy, and there is a little bit of cloud coverage coming from coming over the start-finish straight from that side of the circuit. In terms of the DRS 125's championship picture, it's got a slightly different complexion to it. It's led handsomely by Sam Faulkner, Elliot Stanley and Matthew Pearce, second and third, fairly close between the two of them. But Sam Faulkner has got a good advantage. The issue that Sam Faulkner has, and that's why it was interesting with him doing the reconnaissance laps this morning, he looked like he had a little technical problem at the time. But if Sam Faulkner was to lose have a technical problem, lose a heat, make a mistake, that gap could come down quite quickly because he cannot afford to drop. He's already dropped 3 heats in the final because he wasn't at Hooton Park for round 1, which was won by Elliot Stanley. So it's not over this. It is a handsome advantage, and I would imagine that Sam Faulkner is just very keen to keep his nose dry this weekend, just keep himself out the way of any major trouble. Try and almost play a little bit of a safe weekend. With the 5-minute race, though, could get really hectic, couldn't it? And certainly if he's the quickest in qualifying, which we have seen him be on many occasions. In fact, just looking now to see if he's been quickest. He's been quickest in every qualifying session bar 1 this season. So let's see how this develops then. Just in terms of the weather, it is still looking it's getting drier, isn't it? It's there's still those little patches of standing water, but they're generally all away from the racing line now. So no real concerns in terms of that. The drivers will all be on the wet tyre, of course. I would imagine by a rough estimate, probably around about half an hour to an hour's time, you might start to see a dry line, a more dry line, if the conditions stay as they are at the moment. Then there could be decisions that have to be made by the drivers and mechanics and parents in terms of what they go for in terms of tyre choice. But at the moment, certainly will be the wet tyre, and we're just around about 2 minutes or so to go. All ready for the off here. The first qualifying session for the DRS 125, 12:45 schedule. The schedule's actually worked quite nicely, hasn't it? Certainly in the terms of the time. That will get a little bit more fraught, a little bit more frantic between sessions when the time of the sessions goes up. But at the moment, it's given us a decent gap in between to get the circuit clear if needs be. So the DRS 125 drivers, in terms of a little bit further down the championship, Tom Snape 4th, Jack Rigg is 5th in the championship, Oliver Owen and Carl Watt 6th and 7th, Mark Lawrence 8th in the championship with Dave Burns and Tommy Welsh 9th and 10th. So 12 drivers in this field this weekend. And they get themselves ready. We've been told there is 10 seconds to go here. And who will be first out? So I'm just looking now. I wonder if drivers are just going to try and get themselves a little bit of track position. We might see 1 or 2 just hold back here but they will come out pretty much instantly, I'm sure. The first out is the 283 of Faulkner. So Faulkner tried to get out from the front here. There's the 318 of Oliver Owen. who's just decided to stick to the back of the field, just to stick and just to make sure that he gets a little bit of clean air, make sure he gets out and doesn't get any traffic. Just see how they handle. What I would say is that the wet tyre does provide excellent traction. It's an excellent compound. It's quite a soft compound, so it does provide good traction. Oh, just looking at them going, that is the danger area. I've just watched Oliver Owen. I don't think he was the only one as well. Oliver Owen's come off at the first chicane. There's another driver off into turn 4 as well. The long, fast left-hander. That's probably the most treacherous of all the corners here. That left-hander just tends to drop away from you, and Faulkner as well in the wars at the start of this session. So a little bit of drama here then. Something wrong with Faulkner. Let's just see if he circulates round. But yeah, turn 4, certainly the most treacherous for these drivers. The left-hander will show you on screen when they get to it. Here is the pack of drivers that have started the qualifying session at the top of the circuit in turn 2. And then they come down the hill here into the left, right, left chicane. And then from here, this is the really treacherous bit. So now go down to turn 4. This is where we've had one or two have found it really tough, really slippy. Into that left-hander there. Swing back over to the left-hand side into turn 5. And then down the short back straight towards the stadium section. Goes left, right, right. And then right again, and then they flick left and over start finish. Now then, 2 laps to be completed by everybody. Let's see who the early mover is here in terms of pace. So fastest so far is Elliot Stanley, and now Matthew Pearce goes ahead of him, and then Jack Rigg ahead of him. 57 flat for Jack Rigg. Where does Faulkner come into this? Where is Faulkner? He's just gone over start finish now, and it goes fastest, 56.1. He's a full second quicker than everybody else, Sam Faulkner. So whatever the issue was, whether it was a little bit of a human error, a bit of a mistake, Sam Faulkner has hooked up a lap, which is a full second quicker than everybody else around this Fulbeck circuit. The championship leader making sure he gets the job done here. So through the left, there's Mark Lawrence. Mark Lawrence has been very good in the wet this season, hasn't he? We saw him really quick at Wilton in the wet, as Oliver Owen goes up to second fastest, but he's still nearly a second slower than Sam Faulkner. Everyone's a second slower than Sam Faulkner. These times will start to drop. They will come down because the circuit is getting quicker. So Jack Rigg then, new fastest lap for him, 56 flat. Slightly quicker than Faulkner. Let's see how Faulkner does. He's coming over the line now. Faulkner goes faster, does he? Yes, he does. 55.9. So a tenth of a second between Sam Faulkner and Jack Rigg. And with a yellow flag at the top of the circuit as well. The kart stranded up into turn 2. Somebody's got it wrong up there. As the rest of them stream through, there is Faulkner into the chicane. Into that little tricky left-hander at turn 4. He'll swing back onto the left-hand side to get the right line into turn 5. There he is, championship leader. And fastest on circuit at the moment. Oliver Owen up into 7th. Elliot Stanley goes, and Pearce goes faster up to 3rd. So Faulkner, Rigg and Pearce. Does Rigg go any faster than 3:16? Just waiting for him to cross the line. He hasn't this time. Has Faulkner gone quicker? Yes, he has. 55.1 for Faulkner. So he's extended that gap. So Rigg, the likes of Rigg and Pearce have come within a couple of tenths of him. And now they've dropped out to, well, another around a second a lap between Sam Faulkner and everyone else. He's got the ability to turn the screw, hasn't he? He's got the ability to find that extra bit of time that he needs just to keep the gap comfortable between himself and the others. I wonder what the strategy is going to be for the rest of the group, especially if it stays like this. They just cannot afford Sam Faulkner to disappear at the front of this field. They're going to have to go and attack him. They're going to have to get after him. They're going to have to try and find a way to get on terms and on top of Sam Faulkner. Be interesting to see how that materialises in the heats and finals to come later on. Ben Gartside up into 2nd. So Gartside's done a 56 flat. 55-1 for Faulkner, so still 9/10 the difference. Rigg third, Snape fourth. Now, interestingly, Elliot Stanley and Matthew Pearce, who are the two that have got to try and turn the screw on Sam Faulkner for the championship, are nowhere to be seen at the moment because Elliot Stanley's all the way down in 8th place and Matthew Pearce only 5th fastest, and that is towards the end of the session now. I think it was JJ McGinn who was at the top of the circuit earlier on. He's only completed 3 laps of this session, so last lap for these drivers. Does anybody go quicker this time? No, Gartside does the same. So nobody. Oh, Tom Snape up into 3rd. So Gartside drops to 4th. Rigg drops to 5th. Owen is 2nd. And Faulkner finishes on a 58 in traffic. But he has done enough, has Sam Faulkner. So Faulkner will take maximum points from the qualifying session, subject to any post-race scrutineering checks, of course. So 2:83 of Sam Faulkner, 55.182, fastest lap of the qualifying session. Oliver Owen, 55.8, some 6/7 slower in 2nd place. Tom Snape, 3rd fastest, 55.9, and then a 56 flat for Ben Gartside in 4th, and Jack Rigg is 5th. 6th place for Matthew Pearce, Dave Burns, 7th. Elliot Stanley, 8th fastest. Not going to do their championship challenge any good at all. They're going to have to do something different. The danger is they are not going to have the grid position to go and attack Sam Faulkner in the early stages of the heat that are to come. So, fastest man on circuit was the championship leader, Sam Faulkner, with a time of 55.182. Circuit will be very different for those DRS 125 drivers when they come back out for their heat, because the conditions are changing literally every couple of minutes here. Again, we've still got the sunshine, a little bit more overcast now, but we are still in relative sunshine here. And next up, we have the DRS 100s. There's the 125s. Next due out at past. So they're due out in about 40 minutes, the DRS 125s, for their first heat. And that'll be a 5-minute sprint to the finish. Still a long way to go here. Lots of championship points available. In just a few moments' time, we'll be able to turn our attention to the DRS 100s, scheduled for around about 1 o'clock start. 6 or 7 minutes to go until that qualifying session, and we'll be back with you then. So the DRS 100s, around about 5 minutes to go until they start their qualifying session. Really good shot there of turn 5. Shows you the improvements that have been made to the circuit on the left-hand side of the picture. If we were to overlay one from an hour or two ago, there was a huge pool of water on the left of that screen. That's now gone, disappeared, and it's almost starting to see some of the drier patches of the circuit, the less shiny areas. You can still see an indication of how much came down in the centre of the circuit there, that standing water around about the Armco barriers that separate the two sides of the circuit. But other than that, it's certainly improved the conditions. What I would say is, it's just started. You can just see the clouds, can't you, on the screen there to the right-hand side. Some fairly ominous-looking grey clouds around. So we'll keep tabs on that as well. In terms of the championship for the DRS 100s, Rowan Campbell-Pilling has a comfortable advantage. It would have to take, I think it's fair to say, it would need to be something fairly special from Alicia Palmovsky and Dylan Briley, and probably quite a few mistakes from Rowan Campbell-Pilling if they were to close that gap which stands at, well, it's not far off 50 points between first and second. So again, it's imperative that Palmovsky and Briley have decent qualifying sessions. I think that's fair to say. They're going to need to try and get themselves in a position to attack at the very least. And Rowan Campbell-Pilling has it's almost a luxury of trying to keep his nose out of trouble. Doesn't have to do anything too risky. Try and preserve that championship lead. So DRS 100s will be on the dummy grid. So just waiting for one or two drivers one driver has a technical problem. We're just waiting to try and get that resolved before the start of this session. So the DRS 100s then. A little bit further down in terms of the championship. Salarski is 4th, Henry Foote is 5th, Freddie Cox 6th. Some of these drivers missed full rounds. Freddie Cox missed a full round earlier on in the season, as did Alicia Palmovsky as well. Automatically puts you on the back foot, doesn't it, in terms of trying to gather in your best possible points accumulation. Trying to ensure that you drop rounds. Sometimes your drop rounds can work to your advantage, but sometimes, obviously, the likes of Palmovsky and Freddie Cox, they can't control that. They can't afford to take additional risks right now, although they might have to if they're going to try and challenge for the better placings for Freddie. And obviously, trying to put some pressure on Rowan Campbell-Pilling for Alicia Palmovsky. I can see that the number 2 of Alicia Palmovsky is lined up at the front of this field. Got herself onto the grid first. There's no order here. They can just turn up to the grid and put it wherever they want to effectively for the qualifying session. They come through that, probably the worst part of water now, on the way into the final corner. And they all stretch their legs down towards the chicane for the first time. So a couple just waiting to get going. I don't know if that's the one that we had with a technical problem earlier on. A couple just coming out a little bit later. I think they encouraged trying to see some of the numbers that have come out a little bit later. I'm sure one of them was Dylan Briley. Just coming past us now. It's the number 9 of Sam Harry Hinksman. There's two drivers on start on the dummy grid that don't look like they're going anywhere quickly at the moment. And because this is only a 5-minute qualifying session, these early stages are absolutely critical. Try and get a time on the board. Don't read too much into the first lap, but from lap 2, expect to see some patterns forming. Expect to see the drivers we expect to be up there. Solarski's fastest so far. He's only done 1 lap, of course. That's effectively their out lap. Campbell Pullen and Palmovsky are also up there. 1 spinner in the first chicane as well. So wave yellow flag into the first chicane. Try and get a look at who that is in just a moment as the rest of them stream down. They're all trying to just find some track position, aren't we? I'm just looking at the 144 of Freddie Cox, just trying to find himself some fresh air to get into. Can't do too much of that. Can't afford to ruin too many laps. You're probably only going to get 5 laps, so you can't afford to dilly-dally around looking for track position. Sometimes you've got to get out there and start moving, and that's what they're doing at the moment. So, interestingly, nobody's going any quicker on their second lap of the first few drivers. Solarski and Campbell Pilling were both faster on their out lap than they were on their last lap. So that's interesting stuff. Might be an indication of the circuit isn't actually getting much drier at the moment and is going through the period that it goes through. It becomes quite greasy as we've got a driver at the top of the circuit in turn 2, 154. So the 154, Tristan Powell, who's was actually all the way up into 8th place. He's just ditched it, hasn't he? He's just caught in a little bit hot. He's locked the rear brakes and effectively was just a passenger from then onwards. And he is ditched at the top of the circuit. So we waved yellow flags into that corner as well. There's a stationary yellow into the first chicane. Waved yellows into turn 2. It is quite a treacherous place there. We will need the drivers to slow down, certainly as they try and recover that kart. So Solarski still quicker. Palmovsky now up into second now. Moving from Alicia Palmovsky to try and get some championship points back on Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Where is Dylan Briley? So he's down in 12th place at the moment, so not the start that Dylan would have wanted. Solarski, Palmovsky, Pilling, top 3. Jamie Scott up into 4th. Daniel Weir is 5th. Sherry-Ann Powell, who always comes on stronger as the day progresses, is in 6th place. And Charlie Radford, Tristan Powell, Daniela Sutton, James Koshelek, and then Riven Welsh. And then Sherry-Ann Powell up to 4th then, so even quicker from Sherry-Ann Powell last time round. Who else has gone faster? Preely is up to 7th. And then Riven Welsh up to 4th. Sherry-Ann Powell back down into 5th place. Daniela Sutton up to 8th. So all the ladies going well here. Oh, Riven Welsh has just lost that time. So Riven Welsh had a lap time and it seems to have been taken away. I think probably because of the adherence to yellow flags. So, and interesting, because we had yellow flags for so long at turns 2 and 3, in theory, anyone who goes faster now does run the risk of losing that lap time. Those yellow flags are gone, so expect drivers to really try and turn the screw now. This next 90 seconds of this qualifying session are absolutely key here. There's yellow flags on circuit at the moment. Drivers have got to find a little bit of clean air and absolutely get after this now. So let's just see who can. We've got another spinner. Got another spinner on the way into 2. That is Freddie Cox. A little bit of a mistake on the way in. He will rejoin now. Has anybody gone quicker then? So Solarski, Palmovsky, Campbell-Pilling, Sherry-Ann Powell, Jamie Scott, Daniel Weir, and then Critchley then on his last lap up into 7th. So the top rookie Ethan Critchley up into 7th place. Briley is still 9th. They're all coming through to complete this final lap. Who is going to blink first in this qualifying session for the DRS 100s? Looking for the drivers coming over the line now. Calder up to 9th. So there are drivers going faster here, and all the top drivers still to come through the timing beam. Freddie Cox all the way down in 18th, not the session he would have wanted. Salarski's gone through, no quicker. So Salarski then, Palmowski goes through, no quicker. Campbell Pilling, no quicker. So it's not the dramatic finale we were expecting. Sherry-Ann Powell, no faster either. Here is Daniel Weir, still 6th, and then Jamie Scott, he's the last one then. Jamie Scott, no faster. So we built it up to see all these last laps come in frantically, and in the end, everybody pretty much exactly the same. A little bit of contact there, and a little wave from Harley Hinksman. I don't think he'd seen the, I think it's a 147 of Sherry-Ann Powell coming through. So then, there is some championship inroads been made by Alicia Palmowski. Not a lot, but she will have taken a point or two away from Rowan Campbell-Pilling in that qualifying session. Salarski, the fastest though, 56.290 for him, was just around a tenth of a second quicker than Alicia Palmowski. Interestingly, that those two are around about 6 or 7 tenths quicker than everybody else. So Salarski and Palmowski have got some form in the wet. Will they be able to maintain that form in the dry conditions? Rowan Campbell-Pilling 3rd, Sherry-Ann Powell 4th. Where was Dylan Briley? Finished in 10th place, so 3rd in the championship, down in 10th. What have done is championship charge an awful lot of good. Lots of drivers that we'd usually see towards the sharp end of the field, further down the grid this time. Henry Foote down in 16th, Freddie Cox 18th as well. Sam Halley Hinksman 22nd of the runners in that qualifying session. So, some interesting stuff, and I think it's raining. Is it just starting to rain at the moment? It is. So we have some more spots of rain that have just come over. In fact, there's some awful looking clouds just to my left here in the commentary box. It's nice and sunny over circuit at the moment, although there is some spots of rain. But the incoming clouds are not the best. So we've spent all this time talking about how much the weather was improving, the track conditions were improving, how it might be, we might see drivers start to go for the slick tyre. We're nowhere near that now as the rain starts to fall once more here at Fulbeck. Right then. So 3 qualifying sessions done. No major surprises. A little bit of jostling between the drivers in terms of the championship positions. There'll be a point taken here and there, but nothing significant so far. So now it is on, and this will be interesting, now it is on to these little sprint heats. So 1 heat each of the classes, 5 minutes plus a lap, so they'll probably do about 5 laps. Probably 6 in total, including that last flying lap. And let's see who is able to make inroads into these. The first of these races is at 1:15. So 5 minutes time for the DRS 62 Heat 1. And there is an indication of the rain. So quite significant rainfall now, this Fulbeck circuit. Drama. So just a couple of minutes time then for the DRS 62 first heat. We'll be back with you in a few moments time. So all that optimism about improving weather conditions, and we're in the middle of a little deluge at the moment. So something else for the drivers to consider, something else they need to be aware of. They may have set karts up and tyre pressures for drying conditions. It's now back to the greasy, full wet here. What I would say is it's quite an abrasive circuit, so the abrasiveness of the circuit actually gives it a good traction in the wet. There's a couple of tricky corners. The left-hander at turn 4, which just tends to slide away from you a little bit off camber. And then actually the corner leading on to the start-finish line, which is flat out in the dry for everybody, but is actually a little bit treacherous in the wet conditions. The little left-hand kink. There's a curb that appears at you very quickly on the right-hand side as well if you get that wrong. So the DRS 62s then are on the grid with their umbrellas up. Really quick turnaround for drivers today. I actually much preferred that as a driver. I much prefer to not have long periods of waiting around in the paddock in your awning. I'd rather get on with it. The other change, obviously, the other thing to be aware of on these starts is the first chicane is out of play on the first start. So the drivers will actually have a huge drag race up towards the right-hander at turn 2 on the first lap. Then when they come back round to complete that first lap, they'll then go back through the chicane. That's a standard practice here at Fulbeck for as long as I can remember. It's actually quite a decent run up to that first corner on the opening lap, turn 2. And a good chance to make a couple of overtaking manoeuvres as well if you can get a good run. What the drivers will see is they'll have a bit of spray now to deal with. They'll have a little bit of visibility, a little bit of a tougher visibility to handle. So they're sat there with their umbrellas on. Wait for the umbrellas to be removed, which is just around about now. Is it? No. Just got another 30 seconds or so before the start of this qualifying session. There's an indication of the weather at the moment and the wind as well. Don't just have to consider the water that's coming out of the sky, but the wind direction, the wind speed can make a difference with setup, can make a difference with track conditions, can make a difference in terms of how the car handles as the wind swirls around. So DRS 62, the umbrellas do come down then. The DRS 62 karts are started and on their way. Harry Bartle on the inside of the front row. Jack Robinson alongside him. Robinson, the main threat to the championship, to the leader, Conor Scarisbrick. There was only, 12 points between them. He's probably taken another couple of points out of him now. We'll try and get you an update as and when, in terms of how these initial races, qualifying sessions, are going to impact on the overall points. It's still raining. The good news about the deluge this morning is we've got some decent-sized puddles around the place. We can see how heavy it's raining from our vantage position. So 5 minutes plus 1 lap. There's a couple of them. It's really treacherous, isn't it, turn 4? A couple of them have slipped up there. So a couple of these DRS 62 drivers slipped up. Here's another one, just at the bottom of your picture there. Oh, just caught that's the danger, because on the curb itself, you're okay. You put a wheel off the curb, and there's a huge puddle there. So it then captures the right tyres, and you lose complete control. It sucks you into the grass, and you start to see the barrier coming up towards you quite quickly, which is not a very comfortable place to be, I can assure you. There are 2 rolling laps for these drivers. So 2 opportunities to get heat into the tyres, into the brakes before we start. This first heat for the DRS 62s then. We're coming round the bottom straight into the stadium section, the anvil, a left, a couple of rights, a little straight, another right, and then a left flick onto start finish, where they'll be brought under the orders of the starter, and we will try and get this first heat away first time. Certainly wouldn't help the schedule if there's a lot of false starts today, would it? So let's see if we can get them off and running. Bartle's got the drop. It's not the tidiest of starts, but we are go. Bartle then into the first corner first, and rain really hammering it down now. So Bartle will come into turn 2 in the lead. Runs a little bit wide. They're almost all taking different lines and all falling over each other as they go through that first corner, down then towards the second hairpin. Bartle it is who leads. Do they all manage to get through in one piece? They do. It's actually the... Is it Oscar Walsh, the 120, up in second place? It is. So Walsh then moved up into second place. Really starting to pour down here now. You can see it on the screen. These conditions have changed for these drivers, even in the last 30 seconds or so. Significantly wetter now than it was earlier on. You can see from the spray that these DRS 62 karts are kicking up, but not a problem with spray for Harry Bartle. Crosses the line in the lead. Oscar Walsh is in second. Jackson Lane is up into third, and then Jack Robinson is fourth. Ewan Scott is fifth. Scarisbrick then, sixth place for Conor Scarisbrick. He's got a championship lead to hold on to here. Sixth place, especially if Robinson can make a couple of places, will not be enough to keep that gap at 12 points. Let's keep an eye on the likes of Robinson. At the moment, the man who's doing his best, that's all he can do, Harry Bartle, is get out front, try and win as many as he can, and hope that the likes of Robinson and Scarisbrick make mistakes that bring him back into the championship fold as well. The 1-3-4 there of Aaron Haywood dropped back to the back of the field, and he'll be joined at the back of the field now by the 1-2-5 of Oscar Cole. So Oscar Cole, a little mistake there in the wet conditions. Here is the leader coming over halfway. We've got 2 minutes of this first heat remaining as the sun comes out again. It's amazing, isn't it? We're seeing every possible weather condition in the microclimate that is Fulbeck at the moment. It's still raining, by the way, but the sun is shining, and we've got a huge rainbow over start finish. So there is Harry Bartle. He's mastered the conditions very, very well indeed so far. He's got an advantage of around about 2 seconds between himself and Oscar Walsh. He's now into turn 5, this long right-hander. We'll bring the kart back over onto the right-hand side for the entry into turn 6, and there's the 1-3-1 then of Jackson Lane. So Jackson Lane, who was all the way up into third place at one point, now drops all the way back to the back of the field. He's back into 11th place, or he was just before that incident. And Scarisbrick has made a couple of places as well, so good recovery here from Scarisbrick. He's managed to find a way past Jack Robinson, past Nat Johnston. Nat Johnston's made a lot of places as well, hasn't he? What a good drive from him in this first heat. Johnston up from 11th to 6th then. Oscar Cole up into 8th, and Benjamin Baker is up to 10th. They stream through once more. We're just going to have about a minute and a half here remaining. So Harry Bartle, Oscar Walsh, Ewan Scott, Conor Scarisbrick. Jack Robinson is 5th. So Robinson could do with just closing this gap on Conor Scarisbrick, could do with finding a way through. He's got 2 or 3 kart lengths to go to get on terms with the championship leader. Not managed to do it at the moment. Bartle, 3rd in the championship. Where's Oscar Walsh? Oscar Walsh 2nd, 4th in the championship. So they will take some points away from Conor Scarisbrick this time round. Here is Harry Bartle. He'll get through. Will he get through one more? Probably not. I'd imagine next time round will be Harry Bartle's last lap. So they've strung themselves out very quickly, haven't they? Here, let's keep an eye on this battle between the championship leader and the championship second place. Scarisbrick fourth on the road, Robinson fifth on the road. Can he find a way past in the remaining lap and a half that he'll have here? Down the hill then and into the left-hander. He's a little bit closer, isn't he, this time, Robinson? Close right up under brakes as well. He's right there now. Will Robinson have a little look into the left-hander? No. The right-hander at turn 5 is a decent overtaking opportunity. He goes to the outside and Scarisbrick manages to hold him off. This is the battle for 4th and 5th, but it's also the battle for 1st and 2nd in the championship. Keep an eye on these two. He's going to have one lap to go. Bartle's crossed the line to start his final lap. Oscar Walsh is second, a distant second. Then Ewan Scott is third. And then this battle then between Scarisbrick, oh, and there's contact a little bit further down the field. Last lap then, if Robinson can find a way past Scarisbrick. He needs the championship points. Will they have a look down the inside into turn 2? No, nothing doing there. He's not close enough there, is he? I don't think. Can he get a decent run? He was very good under brakes into this hairpin, into this chicane last time. Will he cruise up behind under brakes this time? No, not really. He's within striking distance just about. He's probably going to need to dive down the inside. Will he have a look at turn 5? This is the chance then. Again, he goes a little bit more conservative, then dives to the inside. Has he found a way through on the exit? It's a drag race. No, he hasn't. Scarisbrick keeps him at bay, so not really a really decisive move from Jack Robinson. A couple of half moves. He's having another look, isn't he? He's having another look, but again, it's only a real half move and hasn't managed to find a way through. It'll be a drag race up to the line between these two, and he's not going to be able to do it. Scarisbrick then holds on to 4th place. Robinson is 5th, but Harry Bartle then doing what he can to keep his hopes alive. He finished his 1st in the first heat. Oscar Walsh is 2nd. Good drive from Ewan Scott into 3rd. Scarisbrick was 4th. Jack Robinson was 5th. So what a well-managed race from these young drivers, 8 to 12 years old. They had a monsoon to deal with as they went out. Now the sun's come back out and it's just starting to clear up again. But Harry Bartle then takes maximum points. So maximum points from the qualifying session, maximum points from the first heat. He's going to need a bit of luck in terms of something to happen really to Conor Scarisbrick and Jack Robinson, but he's doing his bit at the moment, Harry Bartle, isn't he? He's just keeping he's keeping the others honest. That's what he's doing. Keeping himself in and around it. So now then, in just a moment's time, we'll have the DRS 125s. 1:30, 5 minutes time for the DRS 125s as they begin their first heat of the day. We'll be back with that in just a moment. The DRS 125s then just around about ready to get started. Fastest in the qualifying session, the championship leader, Sam Faulkner. And this is where the likes of Elliot Stanley and the likes of Matthew Pearce are really going to have to try and find something to apply some pressure to Faulkner. Or they may have to rely on the drivers who were up there in terms of the qualifying session, because it wasn't them. Just to try and apply some pressure for them and just keep Faulkner honest, the likes of Tom Snape. They will arrive at turn 1, or turn 2 as it is, but turn 1 on the first lap. They will arrive there really quickly, these DRS 125 drivers. They're pretty much flat out by the time they get there. Circuit is still very, very wet. None of the real dry patches that we saw half an hour ago because of that deluge that we had. Circuit is called full wet at the moment. As they all stream round on their opening formation lap. I think they'll probably get 2 of these. Every other class seems to have got 2 so far. Put as much heat into the tyres as they possibly can. We said before that these tyres do give a lot of grip to the drivers. The wet brew tyre. So Faulkner will lead them round. As you see, they're actually all very well spread out here. There's a couple that need to catch up to the back of this grid, which is going to mean that Faulkner's going to have to back them up a little bit more than he's doing at the moment. Just looking back to the likes of Matthew Pearce and 183 of Ben Gartside. Quite a long way behind at the moment. They've just got to chase this pack of drivers, get themselves back on terms. I think they're more or less there. They're not there yet, are they? Just going into the double right-hander. They're probably there now. It's been a very quick opening couple of formation laps from these DRS 125s. Here they are, they're really quick. They're surely not going to go now, surely not. No, absolutely not. Faulkner got on the gas far too early. They were already really quick. There's no way that was going to get started at that point. If you just see JJ McGing at the back of the field, couldn't actually catch up with them. They were going that quickly on the formation lap. So they've got to slow these right down here. I understand that Faulkner will want to get the drop. I understand that you want to get as much heat into those tyres as he can. But they are very, very fast formation laps. So slow them right down as they come round the right-hander at turn 5. A little bit of better order from the DRS 62s. Down towards the anvil, and then round the right-hander, goes right again, and then it's a flick left onto start finish straight. Can they slow them down this time? They're much better formed. Who gets the best of the starts then? Is it Faulkner or is it Oliver Owen on the outside the front row? They're really well formed. Oliver Owen's got a good start. Oliver Owen goes into the lead. Can he hold Faulkner off? Can anybody else manage to pick the pocket of Sam Faulkner as they go down? Here comes the 5 of Snape on the inside. Does he manage to find a way through? A little bit of contact between a couple of them on the way around the corner, I think. 1 or 2 with their arms raised, and 1, I think is that Gartside at the back there with a problem. And we've got 1. Oliver Owen's off. Oliver Owen off, parked up in the chicane. He puts his head in his hands. What has happened there? Did he just overcook the corner? It looks like it's a mechanical problem because he's not moving, is he? Some sort of mechanical issue for Oliver Owen. He made a superb start. What has happened on the run down? Turns the cart round in frustration. He's going to get back in. Something electrical, and there's Ben Gartside as well. So Oliver Owen, what's he saying here? He wants to rejoin Oliver Owen. Oh, there's another problem there. That looked like something had come off that one. It's like a few things had come off that one. So Ben Gartside has got a mechanical problem. What has happened with Oliver Owen? I was just trying to he's got back in the kart now. Now the rule always here has been that if you miss one of the chicanes, you've got to go back and rejoin at the start of the chicane. He's lapped down, so it probably doesn't really matter now, but he's going to rejoin. I wonder if he's just overcooked the corner. Just got a little bit heavy going into the first corner on the first lap. After such a great start, has just overcooked it, and through overcooking it, he just missed the apex because he's rejoined now, so it's obviously not a real big mechanical problem. Anyway, back to the front. It is Sam Faulkner, Tom Snape second, Matthew Pearce, good recovery from him, he's up into third. Where is Elliot Stanley? 7th place at the moment, he's tucked in behind Dave Burns at the moment. Jack Rigg is 5th, Cal Watt is 4th, and there's another one just rejoined now. JJ McGinn just rejoined at the back of the field. Gartside's the only retirement so far. Faulkner, Snape, Pearce, they are the front three. There's around about, on the last lap, there was 4 tenths between them in terms of pace. Can Snape put together a good couple of corners here? Can he just get himself back within touching distance of Faulkner? I wouldn't say so at the moment. Looks like Faulkner's just starting to cruise away at the front. This is exactly what Sam Faulkner wanted. He would have been a little bit annoyed when Oliver Owen got the jump over the start-finish line. He would have maybe heart skipped a beat a little bit as they went up towards that first corner, but he managed to navigate around in the lead. He managed to avoid Owen when he made his mistake in the first chicane. And interestingly, just looking at the last lap times, Tom Snape has gone 3 tenths quicker than Sam Faulkner. So he is starting to come back a little bit at Faulkner. Snape, the number 5. Does Snape sit in terms of the championship? He's currently, a little look at the championship standings, he's currently 4th in the championship. He's quite some distance behind. He's 60 odd points behind Matthew Pearce in 3rd. So probably more to do with pride than trying to improve that position. But he is coming back at Sam Faulkner. This would be a concern for Faulkner, wouldn't it? Here we go then. What's he done this time? 56.3. Yeah, another 6 tenths taken. A mistake from Faulkner, I think, in the first chicane. And now Snape is within a couple of kart lengths. I wonder if Faulkner just looks really like he can't get an awful lot of traction. He was almost like he cut the tyres because he was trying to get on the wet part of the circuit. He was driving up the inside of the main straight, almost like he was looking for the puddles, but he's really untidy at the moment, really unorthodox. He's almost throwing the kart around like you would in the dry conditions. Doesn't always work. You see him move in the seat. You see the drivers do move their body weight in the seat a little bit more in the wet, just trying to dig the front of the kart in, trying to get the inside rear wheel to lift. Having said that, Faulkner's put in 2 or 3 really good corners here, and he just broke the toe back to Tom Snape. Snape had come right back at him, but he's going to have lost some time on this lap. It's visible to see that he's lost a little bit of time. He lost a 10th, just over a 10th last time round. So a little bit of a response from Sam Faulkner when he needed it. Up towards turn 2, long right-hander, and sweep down towards the second chicane, which is where the race leader is now. Kicks the back end out, points it in towards the apex, flicks it right and then left again. There is 3rd in the championship, 3rd on the road, Matthew Pearce. Jack Rigg up into 4th, Cal Watt down to 5th, Mark Lawrence also up 1 at the expense of Elliot Stanley. It's not going well for Elliot Stanley at all, is it, in terms of his pace here, in terms of the championship as well. He's not in a position to capitalise on any mistakes from Faulkner further up the field. But Matthew Pearce is, although he's dropped off the pace in the last lap or so. Again, he took that 10th back, Tom Snape, last time round. But they are going to run out of laps, and they are on the last lap this time. It's a sprint, remember. 5 minutes plus a lap. There's a yellow flag as well. What is that yellow flag for? We've got a kart stopped on the exit. Oh, it's a horrible place to stop as well. Kart stopped on the exit of the first chicane. We'll see who that was in just a moment. No change out front then. I think Faulkner's going to have enough here to see out these last 2 or 3. Oh, he's very wide. He got very, very wide, Faulkner. His heart would have been in his mouth then. very wide on the way into the right-hander at turn 5. He's managed to collect it all together. He's just got this final corner to get through now, and he'll head back onto the start-finish straight, and he will claim the first of the heats for the DRS 125. Tom Snape kept him honest, didn't he? In second place, Matthew Pearce is third, Jack Rigg is fourth. I think Jack Rigg is fourth, just coming through now to cross the line. In fact, Dave Burns, so Jack Rigg and Carl Watt were the drivers involved in that incident at the top of the circuit, because Lawrence has just gone through in fifth. So Rigg and Watt, Rigg has just gone through in seventh. Where is Carl Watt? So there was some sort of incident between those two that were fourth and fifth on the road. Rigg has come through in seventh. Carl Watt has just come through in eighth. He was the one that was banging the steering wheel in frustration. So clearly an incident involving those two on the last lap as the leaders head down towards the pit lane entry and into Parc Fermé for the scrutineering check. So Faulkner does his championship credentials absolutely no harm. Tom Snape second, Matthew Pearce third. Dave Burns picked up fourth place. Good drive from Mark Lawrence as well, who does do well in the wet. And he managed to find himself up into fifth place. So two of our three classes through their first heat. Weather check, blue sky at the moment, but still over to our right where the most of the weather is coming from. It does look fairly grim, fairly grey over there. I think it's just going to be one of those sort of days where we do get intermittent heavy showers, which is going to keep the circuit wet. Don't know if it's ever going to get the chance to dry in the way we need it to for any dry running, bearing in mind that it's now 1:45. Our last race will go out at around about 3:15. So in an hour and a half, I'll be very surprised if we get any dry running this weekend. Great shot that, isn't it, of turn 2. This Fulbeck circuit, one of the most historic circuits on the calendar. 1950s airfield, remember? There's a few airfields around, isn't there? Little Rissington, an airfield as well. But certainly here at Fulbeck, seen some top-class drivers, seen some top-class British kart racing as well. In a moment, we're going to see the top class of the DRS 100s, because they are next up, scheduled off for around 3 or 4 minutes' time for their first heat of the weekend. So the DRS 100s are on circuit. Remember, you can follow all the action on our live streams on YouTube and on our Facebook page. Just follow the Daniel Ricciardo Series. You can interact with us from there. So the DRS 100s then, led out by Maximilian Salarski, who was fastest in the qualifying session earlier on. Alicia Palmovsky, second fastest on the front row, and then the championship leader, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Couple of formation laps for these DRS 100 drivers as well. Sherry-Ann Powell on the outside of the second row. Salarski trying to get some heat in the tyres. That's not actually legal to weave like that on a. One of the big differences between karting and Formula One. There's no significant weaving to be done on the rolling laps, on the formation laps. So it'll be Salarski and Palmovsky who will have a drag race up to the first corner. Keep an eye on Sherry-Ann Powell and Rowan Campbell-Pilling behind them. Daniel Weir and Jamie Scott, Ethan Critchley and Daniela Sutton. And Bryn Calder and Dylan Briley are the top 10. So Briley needs to try and make some positions up here, doesn't he, fairly quickly. It's a 5-minute race, plus that one final lap. They are heading down towards the stadium section. They're going to go around again, I think, from what I can eavesdrop on the officials' radio. They're still actually quite well strung out, aren't they? They're very, very well strung out. So it's a false start. They can stretch the legs and get up towards the first corner. They are not going to go racing this time round. So they cruise through and head down towards turn 2. So Salarski will bring them under some sort of order here. They're not actually that quick. It's such a big grid that they need to. He needs to back them up here. Certainly when he comes off turn 5, I'd expect him to be fairly slow on the run down to the final complex section. Let everybody else get into line of stern. They're more or less all there now. It's just there's that many of them. But they are all just about there now as in the back of the field, Sam Halley-Hinksman. So let's see who can make the biggest of the inroads early on. They're nice and orderly now, aren't they? So Salarski and Palmovsky on the front row. Keep an eye out for 3 and 4 as well. Here they come. Who's got the best of the starts? Palmovsky, I think, has she got enough power to drive up on the outside? Don't think she has. Salarski then to the inside. Palmovsky certainly didn't have the straight line speed. She will have the line though as they go around the first corner. She's lost a little bit around the outside. I think it is Salarski then who's come into the first corner, out of the first corner in the lead. And here comes Campbell-Pilling down inside, and Campbell-Pilling's lost it. Hits the tyres. He lost it all of his own accord down the inside. And Rowan Campbell-Pilling, the championship leader, this is exactly what the chasing pack would have wanted. He just went too hot down the inside into the first chicane. He now rejoins at the back of the field. Sherry-Ann Powell also got caught on the brakes there as well. And Sherry-Ann Powell is at the back of the field as well. He just lost it under brakes. He just lost it of his own accord. There's some action a little bit further down, but by that time, Campbell-Pilling and Sherry-Ann Powell were already in the tyres. Right then, that might put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, because that's what the likes of Palmovsky needed. They needed Campbell-Pilling to make a mistake. They needed him at the back of the field. They needed him to have to take some drop scores that were a little bit lower than what he had so far and try and close this points gap. Now what Palmovsky needs to do is try and clear, first of all, Jamie Scott in second place and then Maximilian Salarski, but Palmovsky is there or thereabouts as they go through the tricky turn 4. Will she dive to the inside into 5? No. Decides better of it. Will she get a good run out of turn 5? No. Makes a little mistake and drops back a little bit into the clutches potentially of Dylan Briley. What a start. Dylan Briley has had 10th through the lights. He's now up into 4th place. So Dylan Briley, nice aggressive strong start from him. There is the 1-3-2 of Sam Branston at the back of the field. Here are the leaders then. Salarski, 25 minutes this race, remember, plus that 1 lap. Salarski, Scott, Palmovsky. Where has Campbell Pillion rejoined? 19th for him at the moment, up 1 to 18th this time. So then, here are the leaders. He's pulling away, isn't he? The race leader. Here comes Palmovsky down the inside into 4. Can she make it stick? She goes far too narrow on the inside. She probably didn't actually need to go that narrow and that defensive. She took the inside line, but so much, she probably could have kicked the car out 2 kart lengths and still got a better line through the corner, but she went very, very narrow. That was clearly in the wet conditions. That's the longest way around and got picked off on the exit by Jamie Scott as well. Palmovsky, she's probably got a couple of laps to make this move on Jamie Scott. Salarski's a little bit down the road now, got another yellow flag into the chicane. We've got 3 or 4 drivers off into the chicane, and that has blocked the inside of the second chicane. So then, we've got to try and clear some of them very quickly. This is going to be a problem for driver. This is the leader. Salarski's coming into that chicane at the moment. Got to try and clear those karts just in time. They cleared those karts for Maximilian Salarski under the wave yellow flag. Here then, will she put this move on again? Palmovsky into 4. No. Hold station. Now then, have a go into 5. Maybe, and there's more carnage. That was the incident into turn 3 just a moment ago into the second chicane. Palmovsky just struggling to find a way past Jamie Scott at the moment. There's a yellow flag as well over start finish. We're just trying to repair the barriers through the second chicane. It's all going on, isn't it? Here's Palmovsky then. Got the toe this time. Does she go to the inside of the chicane? No. That might be a better move to go down the inside in the first chicane because there's just no way to get back at a driver. She's got a good run though this time. To the left, goes really narrow again. Didn't need to go that narrow, Alicia. Didn't need to go that narrow round, and then Jamie Scott just drives around the outside, so she's making good moves, but she's far too close to the inside line. Doesn't need to be. She can kick the car out 2-3 kart lengths towards the outside and have a much better line at the moment. Now, don't go so narrow this time, Alicia. Goes really onto the curb. She get picked up again. Not really learning at this point. She's put that move on 3 or 4 times, and now she's lost a place to Dylan Briley. She might pick it up again on the exit. The danger here is, if you go right to the inside line to make the move, which you don't need to do because everyone's driving around the outside. So if you just stick it alongside the driver you're trying to get past, keep to the outside line with them, but stick it alongside, then you still get a better traction on the exit. If you go right to the inside, you are gonna get picked up on the exit, picked off, because you're making the corner that much more difficult, that much harder, that much more severe as a turn. So Palmovsky still trying to get past Jamie Scott in second. If she could just make a move that didn't hamper her quite as much and just rub alongside him, just stand alongside him as she makes the move. When she went down the inside into turn 4 last time, there's probably 3 kart lengths between the two of them. She's so much quicker here. There's a back marker in play now. Briley's still in 4th. Will she have a look into the inside? She might have a good go now on the undercut. She might catch him on the undercut if she can get good traction. She does. Will she win in the leg race down to... She does. So Palmovsky used the back marker well there. And what she did that time was she used what Jamie Scott had done on her against him, because Scott went to the inside on the back marker. She then nicked down the outside of him and used that. So hopefully took a little bit of that knowledge away from what she'd been experiencing and managed to get herself up into second place. Now then, we are on the final lap. Let's just see the gap now. She's had to go very narrow, Alicia, to get past a couple of back markers. That'll cost her a little bit of time. I think she's going to be okay though, because she's got a back marker between herself and Dylan Briley and in turn Jamie Scott. They all funnel down into the chicane, and I think she's probably safe and away into second place. It'll be a good points haul for her, knowing that Campbell Pillion is currently running in 15th place. Here's another one coming to blows at is the 114 of Archie Potter on the way through the tricky left-hander at turn number 4. Here is the leader then, who's going to be the race winner. Salarski then will cross the line and win the first heat. Tarmovsky eventually into second place. Third, a good drive from Jamie Scott. Briley, great recovery drive from him into fourth. Daniel Weir is fifth. Bryn Calder is sixth. Charlie Ratford is seventh. Freddie Cox came all the way up into 8th place, and Sherry-Ann Powell. What a good recovery drive from Sherry-Ann Powell, considering her and Rowan Campbell-Pilling both came off at the same time on the first lap. She recovered to 9th. Campbell-Pilling recovered to 13th in the end. So then, still not going to make that much of a difference, I don't think, in the championship just yet. But if there is a similar situation in the next couple of races, we might just want to have a look at how those points are developing with the DRS 100s and how tight that may be come the main final this afternoon. Excellent race from the DRS 100s, and that is just as quick as that. That is all of our heats done. So the schedule has worked a treat so far. And now then, we can turn our attentions to the DRS 62 pre-final, which is scheduled off in just around about 5 minutes' time. So the first of our pre-finals for the DRS 62s. Harry Bartle, who made certainly the best of the running in the qualifying session. He was first in the the first heat as well. And he's certainly getting the job done so far. I don't think he's going to have enough, unless there's something pretty radical goes on. I don't think he's going to have enough in terms of challenging for the championship. But we will see. He's, 40 points behind, so it's a big ask. He's going to need both Scarisbrick and Robinson to have some major catastrophes in the remaining 2 races for him to get himself up there. So the stream out now. The big difference this time that we are on 8 minutes plus that one final lap. It's probably going to push us just past the schedule, I think, because there's only about a 3-minute leeway just then between the 5-minute races. So you're adding those 3 minutes onto these pre-finals. Probably just going to send us a little bit behind. As we're back on blue skies here. Still wet circuit. A few clouds you can just see moving away from the track. They're the ones in your picture there. At the top end of the circuit, it is blue skies. Oh, we've got a problem into turn 5. What's happening? Oh, it's contact, isn't there? Oh, boys. It's only the formation lap and we're at it already. So not just the contact, but the fact that the rest of them then fell over each other. So this will take a little bit of sorting out this will take a little bit of, we're going to have to back them right up to get them into some sort of order. They're so well spaced out here. Harry Bartle's going to have to really slow to allow for everyone else to catch up. I'm going to go around one more time, I think. It's going to need at least one more rowing lap to enable everyone to get back on terms. Quite a few that were involved in that incident, just regathering their pace, just getting themselves back on terms. I don't think they'll go this time yet. It will be a false start, I'm hearing. So they'll go around once more. They'll get one more lap's worth of heat and into the brakes and the tyres. So down they come towards the second chicane. Seen a few little incidents here, haven't we? It is downhill, a little bit trickier on the brakes in there. The next corner as well, this left-hander at turn 4 has caught a few out as well. Another one that's downhill, off camber, just slides away from you on the exit where they are now. There's a really nasty puddle as well on the exit of that corner if you do get that wrong. The front 2 then are on the way around to get us underway this time. Harry Bartle and Oscar Walsh on the front row. We'll have a drag race up towards turn 2. Interesting, isn't it, that the drivers that have gone to the inside of turn 2 have really struggled to carry any sort of speed through the exit of the corner. It does allow for drivers effectively to drive around the outside of them or have the more traction, the more pace. Here they come then on to start finish. Bartle and Walsh 1 and 2. Bartle's got the drop by an absolute mile. He's not the only one either, because Ewan Scott, yeah, he's going to false start that. Officials are going to false start that. Now Bartle was just far too handy on the throttle as they went through the start-finish line. He had around about 5 or 6 kart lengths. They weren't well formed. The breaker formation was evident, and the starter wasn't happy, which is absolutely fair enough. As they come down towards turn 4, just getting themselves back into some sort of orderly formation. Just going to need to be a little bit slower coming off that left-hander, that final corner. Hold their formation a little bit longer before they plant the throttle and head up towards the right-hander of turn 2, which is turn 1 on the first lap. Then the chicane comes back into play. So they're heading down towards the paddock corner stadium section. They'll come back into our view in just a moment, and hopefully at the 3rd or 4th time of asking, we will get this pre-final for the DRS 62s underway. They're coming through the left-hand kick now. They'll now look up towards the lights. Bartle and Scott at the front two. It's not the great start as well. Scott's having a shocker from the outside of the front row. He really is. He's just not minding to keep up with Harry Bartle. Now, whether that's Bartle's just on the throttle, that keen on the throttle, or whether Scott is just not switched on to the start of the race, really. You want to keep yourself alongside as long as you possibly can. I'm not really sure why he would lose that much time on the outside of the start. It's fallen right into the hands of Ewan Scott, because Scott, oh, there's contact there. There's contact between a lot of the drivers. I think a couple of them are the front runners. I think one of them is indeed Oscar Walsh into the chicane. The chicane is blocked at the moment. They need to get them all sorted out. What will they do here? So they're all trying to get restarted. There's a couple of marshals and officials just pointing them all in the right direction. They are all going to get going again. The yellow flag from where they are now, which is a long way away from the incident. Not sure there needs to be a waved yellow coming out of the start-finish line. Going to be a contact warning for 1-2-1. So Connor Scarisbrick gets the contact warning now. Did that involve Scarisbrick and contact on? Did that involve? Oh, hang on a second. We're just having a look at what's going to happen here. So we've got a Battenberg flag, have we? So we've got a full course yellow. So black and yellow flag, which means that they will all. Well, the leader will become a pace car. I'm trying to work this out. Leader will become pace car. I was also keen to find out what the warning was for. So Scarisbrick was about to get a warning for contact. Now, was that contact between him and Oscar Walsh, which put Oscar Walsh into into tyres into the chicane? Just speculating, but the two of them were absolutely together as they came down that back straight. So now then, everybody will slow down behind Harry Bartle, and Harry Bartle will become the pace car. They will go around for a couple of laps. I think it's probably until they have recovered a car or two. There's one car to recover. Is that the 132? Is it Benjamin Baker who's parked up? There's the warning for Scarisbrick. That'd be an interesting look again, wouldn't it, on that first chicane, second chicane, first lap. See what's happened. We are not going green yet. We'll go green at start finish, so we're not going to go green for at least another half a lap. I wonder if they're just going to try and get this other gaggle of karts on terms. We are going to go green next time round, so we're going to go green next time round. So this will be the end of the pace car. Now, does this give a chance to the likes of Ewan Scott and Connor Scarisbrick to just try and get the jump on Harry Bartle? Bartle will back them up. It'll be on Harry Bartle when he hits the throttle. He won't actually know they're going green until he comes off the left-hand kink onto start-finish line. He'll look up towards the gantry. He will see that the start marshal has a green flag in his hand, and he will hit the throttle as quickly as he possibly can do. That's how I expect it to go here. Well, there is the incident. There was the incident into that first chicane, second chicane, first time round. Something for the officials to pick the bones out of, I think. Right then. So, restart. We've only got, what have we got? We've got 5 minutes to go here. So there is time. It's been a frantic start to this DRS 62 pre-final. Oh, Bartle's got the drop already. It's an awful start from second place. Ewan Scott, he needed to be right tucked up behind Bartle, ready for the drop. He gave Bartle 4 or 5 kart lengths. It's not the start that he would have wanted. Scarisbrick will be fuming behind him as well because they've given him away some time to Harry Bartle. And if there's anything we knew, it was that you can't afford to give Harry Bartle clear daylight at the front of this field. Scarisbrick, contact between Scarisbrick is there. Scarisbrick and Scott. Scott goes to the outside, hits a puddle. Scarisbrick is through and into second place. Scarisbrick went round the inside on the way into turn 2. We just lent on him a little bit on the exit. Sure, there's that much of an issue with that, because at some point Ewan Scott has got to relinquish the place to Connor Scarisbrick. He didn't. Ended up on the curbs, on the grass. So 1-1-2 under investigation. Lewin Aid. So something going on there as well. Leeuwenhoek is all the way back in 12th place at the moment. So Bartel, Scarish, Karbalov. So what a good start from Liam Karbalov. He's managed to get himself up into 3rd place. Oscar Cole down to 4th. Ewan Scott, it's been a horrible start to this race for Ewan Scott. He's now down in 5th place. Cruz Dalton is behind him. Nat Johnston behind them. And Jack Robinson, the only other driver really that should be pushing for the championship, all the way down in 8th at the moment. He's trying to find a way past the number 84 kart, or 64 of Cruz Dalton at the moment. Nat Johnston is ahead of them. The rest of them stream through. So then, Bartel, Scarisbrick, Karbalov. The gap between 1st and 2nd is just around about 2 seconds. So that restart, that eagerness on that restart from Harry Bartel has absolutely done the job. He's got himself away. It was a masterclass in how to restart a race as the pace kart. And he's out front at the moment. Scarisbrick, just keep an eye on the time between these two as well, because a 1:01.1 for Bartel, a 1:02.1 for Scarisbrick, and a 1:03.3 for Oscar Cole. So there's a second in lap time between 1st and 2nd. There's a further second back to Oscar Cole, and then Karbalov is 4th. Scott and Robinson. Robinson's made up a couple of places, hasn't he? Just starting to come back on the attack is Jack Robinson. As the rest of them stream through, that's the 1:25 there of Oscar Cole, finding his way past Liam Karbalov on the inside of the right-hander at turn 5. Their race leader just gone past us now. He is clear, and he's clear on a 1:01.5. He's still lapping about 6/10 quicker than Scarisbrick. So Bartel is considerably quicker than everybody else out there at the moment, which made it even more important for them to try and attack him in the early stages when he was within touching distance. Now he's got away, and we've got a yellow flag. Oh, what's going to happen here? What's happened here? Is that Scarisbrick? It's not, it's the 1-3-1, is it, of Jackson Lane? Just have a quick look. It was a green helmet, wasn't it? It was caught out. It was a 4. It was a spin from Jack Robinson, and then behind them comes Jackson Lane, and he spins. So it was just that concertina effect, really. One spun, it made the next one jump on the brakes and span the back end round, and then Jackson Lane did the same as they went through the first hairpin. So no change at the front, but there is a change for those positions in 6th, 7th and 8th, and Jack Robinson, it will not have done his championship challenge any good at all. He will drop down a few more places down the field. There is Bartel. There is Scarisbrick. It was the green helmet that caught me out. Looking back to Jackson Lane in that first chicane last time round. Then the battle for 3rd and 4th is Scott and Karbalov. Let's see how they've sorted themselves out from here then. So Oscar Cole is still 5th, but now Nat Johnston and Zach McDonald are 6th and 7th. Aaron Haywood is all the way up into 8th place, and Robinson has rejoined in 9th. Indigo Pickering is 10th, and Joe Wood is 11th, and Jackson Lane has dropped down to 14th behind Oliver Harrison and Oscar Walsh. So we've got now, what have we got in terms of, we're on the last lap, aren't we, for Harry Bartel? Very little danger for him out there at the moment. So Bartel heads through. He's going to head through and complete another lap. He's going to head through and complete the win. Is he? No, one more to go. One more lap to go. This is the last lap this time. Oh, Bartel's missed the chicane. Bartel's missed the chicane. What happens here? So Harry Bartel has just missed the chicane. He overcooked it on the way in. He has not taken the first chicane. What happens now? So is that a lap? What's going on here? Do the drivers know? It's the last lap. So Bartel is now continuing, but he has missed the chicane. Now he's looking over his shoulder. Now he puts his head down. So he knows that he's still racing. The checkered flag was not out. The checkered flag has not been waved, so he shouldn't have thought anything otherwise. What will happen here? So Bartel's going to come down. He's going to come round and take the checkered flag this time round. but he has missed the chicane. Now, is that a lap penalty? It certainly used to be in old money. It was a lap penalty for missing the chicane. Bartle's going to come through. This is going to take some unpicking this. Bartle comes through then, crosses the line. Second place is Connor Scarisbrick. Third is going to be Ewan Scott, comes through now ahead of Liam Carblov. Good drive from him. And then there's going to be this big gaggle of carts behind. So 125 Oscar Cole comes through. Then Nat Johnson, Jack Robinson makes one place up to 7th. Zach McDonald down to 8th. And Aaron Haywood is in 9th. What happens here? So we'll try and find out what will happen. We certainly missed the chicane on the way through the on that last lap. There's no real reason to do that, whether he thought the race was finished or not. There's no real reason for him not to take the chicane unless he just overcooked it on the way in. So we'll wait and see how the bones get picked out of that, because in a moment's time we'll be looking on to our second of the pre-finals for the DRS 125s, which is coming up straight after these carts are cleared. So a quick turnaround then for the DRS 125s for their pre-final. So the drivers will complete a couple of formation laps just to make sure everything is up to temperature. So the conditions certainly catching a few out, aren't they? We've had a couple of mistakes. Certainly that run down into the chicane. Second chicane on the first lap. Certainly catching a few out under brakes into there. The left-hander as well, certainly fairly slippery, fairly treacherous for all the drivers. Let's see how our senior class can manage it. We've got one that still hasn't left the dummy grid, have we? That was, just trying to find out who that is. I wonder if it was Ben Gart's side. I think he's the only one that hasn't come out on our timing screen. The other one that came out at the back of the field was Tom Snape. Not sure if he had a problem getting away off the grid. Seems to be circling now. Yeah, he is. So Tom Snape is back in position. Now, there wasn't that much between Snape and Faulkner, was there, in terms of track time? Let's see how they go this time. So Pierce tucked in behind Faulkner. Over the line they go. Now, if anything, Snape should have the better line round the outside if he can make it sticky. Oh, Faulkner's made a mistake, has he? Faulkner runs wide. He's going to lose that lead, is he? Now comes back down the inside and tries to hold on to it as they come into the second chicane for the first time. It is Faulkner. Had a little wobble. And Snape, oh, at least one has missed the chicane. The 230 of... So the 230 of Mark Lawrence straight through the chicane. He'll rejoin but at the back of the field as the leaders head down towards the stadium section, the final couple of corners of a lap of this Fulbeck circuit. They come back round into the left-hander. Faulkner is then who leads. Snape, he managed to hold them off, didn't he? That initial onslaught from not just Tom Snape, but Matthew Pearce as well. Managed to hold them off. Now the conditions are treacherous here because it's not full wet. It's not cut through the rain type wet. It's a little bit greasy. The top surface is quite greasy. And it is very easy to get caught out into one of these heavy braking zones, certainly in the two chicanes. Faulkner is then who leads. He's only got a couple of car lengths between himself and Snape in second. Pierce is third. Fourth is Dave Burns, then Oliver Owen, then Carl Watt. And then Elliot Stanley. Through the bottom corner, they come once more, and then into the King. That's the wettest part of the circuit, isn't it? And Snape makes good use of the wider line to try and get himself on terms with Faulkner. Into the first chicane, they squirm out up the hill towards turn 2, wide line, just waiting for the kart to bite for Sam Faulkner. He turned, got a handful of understeer, but once he's got through the understeer, he is very good at putting the kart into a straight line, getting the power on, driving his way out of the corner. That's what he's done so well at the moment. He's just about doing enough, isn't he, to keep Tom Snape at bay, who in turn is doing enough to keep Matthew Pearce at bay. Elliot Stanley, what a horrible day he's having so far. He's at the back of this field, probably seeing his championship challenge disappear as well, probably seeing second place in the championship disappear to Matthew Pearce as well, because Pearce is competitive, he's up in the top 3. The battle is still at the front of the field now. Let's just see who this... Got a contact warning as well. Driver under investigation, just trying to work out who it is. So Faulkner, Snape, Pearce, Burns, Owen. So Oliver Owen just trying to recover into 5th at the moment. Dave Burns ahead of him in 4th. Got Matthew Pearce just ahead of them, not a million miles away. Penalty as well. So penalty for the... Oh, that'll be for the 320 of JJ McGing. So I wonder what that's for. If it was Mark Lawrence, I'd understand because he missed the chicane a lap or two ago. As the leaders head back over, start, finish. And he's managed just to stem this attack, hasn't he? Sam Faulkner, he's managed to keep Tom Snape behind. He was right there a couple of laps ago, but now the gap is, well, it's around about a second between first and second. A little bit further back is Matthew Pearce, and Burns and Owen and Watt, and Jack Rigg, and then Mark Lawrence and Elliot Stanley. I'm just checking on my screen there. Oh, for a moment, it dropped Sam Faulkner from first to last. And everybody had a little heart attack, and now he's gone back to first again. So through the bottom end of the circuit now, through the double right. Snape a little bit closer this time. Yeah, I think he is. He was a second adrift last time round. Where is he this time? As over the line goes our race leader, Sam Faulkner. 6/10. Yeah, he took around 4/10 of a second back from Faulkner that time. Very easy to make little errors in these conditions. You make that little error, it maybe cost you not only the time of the error, maybe a couple of tenths, but cost you your momentum in a couple of corners that precede that. Takes a little time to get it all hooked back up. But at the moment, for every couple of attempts that Tom Snape takes away from Sam Faulkner, Faulkner is able to respond. And I think that's what he's done here. He's put in a decent lap this time round. And Faulkner then back towards, this is where Snape's a little bit quicker, isn't he? At the bottom end of the circuit, coming through that patch that's still wet there, through the left-hand kink, onto start finish. So Faulkner then, 6/10 was the gap, it's now 7/10. Yeah, good response from Sam Faulkner. Nothing doing for Matthew Pearce at the moment, is there? Third place. Dave Burns, Oliver Owen, Carl Watt, Jack Rigg. Mark Lawrence is still in 8th and Elliot Stanley still circling, but all the way back in there. Some three seconds off the pace, Elliot Stanley. I wonder why that is. I wonder what the problem's been with Elliot in these conditions. He's really struggling. And JJ McGing at the back of the field. So in terms of time, we've got just around about 2 minutes plus that one final lap of this 8-minute plus a lap race. Has Snape got something up his sleeve for the closing stages? Again, I think he's probably taken a 10th back this lap. It was nearly 8/10 last time. It's 8.5 this time. So no, Faulkner just doing enough to keep him at arm's length at the moment. And again, we're just starting to see, for the first time, we're starting to see some really dry patches on the circuit. The sun is out. There was a couple of the darker patches. Certainly less of the shiny patches. I mean, the danger is going to be if it was dry on half of the circuit, certainly coming out and onto start finish, that's not going to be dry. So, you know, there's certainly patches that will dry quicker than others. I might just tease or tempt a couple into the dry tyres. But anything offline is certainly still going to be, I mean, round here, that's still going to be wet for the foreseeable, you would imagine. Here is a replay of, who is that? That is the number 8 of Elliot Stanley. We said he was having a torrid time. Just can't seem to get any sort of setup, any sort of rhythm, any sort of grip at the moment. Elliot Stanley. So here are our race leaders, and we've got just around about 20 seconds plus a lap still to go. So they're going to be, will they get round in time? It'll be close, won't it? I think it probably will be the last lap. It'll be quite tight. They've still got 10 seconds to go. Yeah, they're not going to get there. They're just heading down into the closing stages. So if anything now, if Snape is going to make a challenge here, as we see Matthew Pearce fairly distant, there's still a battle for 4th and 5th. If Snape's going to do anything here, he needs to get on terms now. He needs to have a couple of really good corners. He needs to get within striking distance of Sam Faulkner. The gap is still 8/10 of a second between the pair of them. Faulkner into the right-hander at turn 2, this long right. And then you filter down towards the second chicane. It's a left, right, left, and here we've got another in the wars. Who is that one? JJ McGing, I think. That one, the 320. Here are the leaders then, and he's not going to get close enough, is he? Tom Snape. Faulkner just doing enough in the closing stages. And he's going to come round the final corner. He's going to look up towards the starter and see the checkered flag. And it is indeed a race win for Sam Faulkner to put with his heat win, to put with his fastest lap. and he is heading towards the title here for the DRS 125. Matthew Pearce is home in third. Dave Burns holds off Oliver Owen for fourth place. So the last of the pre-finals are on circuit for their formation. I've got a problem for Oscar Walmsley-Jones here. Hasn't got started, has he? He's a little bit further down the field than we'd usually expect him to be as well. They're reversing that now back into the dummy grid area just to see if they can get that fired up. So, a couple of things to be aware of here. Obviously, Ron Campbell-Pullen is our championship leader, but a mistake on the first lap of the first heat means that he starts the pre-final in 12th place. So look for him coming through the field. Certainly the likes of Dylan Briley and Alicia Palmowski will have their fingers crossed that his navigation through the field is a little bit trickier than they want it to be. Let's just see how this develops. Let's just see what will come of the opening few laps. Track conditions are improving, but it is still slippery out there. There's still certainly areas of the track. I wonder if we might see some dry at the end of the... I mean, it's only probably about half an hour, 45 minutes away before we start seeing... We'll see these guys back out again for the last race of the day, but certainly almost a dry line over start-finish line. This could get really interesting. There's certainly some dry patches on the circuit. There's certainly some wet patches on the circuit. But if you need to be really brave, would you maybe roll the dice? Let's see if this goes first time, this DRS 100s. Are they going to go? Yes, they are. No, false start. False start flag. they were quite well formed. Not quite sure how or why we didn't go at that point. Might just be one that we're just trying to get back on. Oh, there we go. That's probably why we're still trying to get the 128 of Oscar Walmsley-Jones. So now what happens, because they maybe should have held on to Oscar Walmsley-Jones and just made him join the back of the field. Now he's got to, he's going to go through the loop, is he? Yeah, he's going to, he was meant to, Oscar Walmsley-Jones was meant to come through the first chicane and go right, and he ended up going straight on. Are they going to wait for him? We've already done 2 starts. They'd be well within their rights to just let this go. I'm not sure they will. Where was he meant to start? He's the back of the field now. He's probably just going to latch on the back, isn't he? He's probably just going to catch them up onto the back of the field. Whether he can rejoin wherever he was meant to be on the grid, we'll have to wait and see. Right then. So, from the championship perspective, Ron Campbell-Pilling doesn't need to press the panic cord yet. But it would make his life a little bit easier if he could pick up a few places here and have a solid top 8, top 5 finish would be good for him. Let's see how these two get on at the front. Palmowski and Salarski, it's a great, really even start. Palmowski, I think, has just got the jump, has she got the drive up the hill towards the first corner. It's a drag race between the two of them. Salarski on the inside, Palmowski around the outside. Oh, and we've got Briley off. We've got Palmowski off as well, overcooked it on the exit. We've got the 144, Freddie Cox off. We've got a few drivers on the exit as well. Oh, what's going on here? Who are those drivers? Let's have a look. What happens? Oh, Briley just drops it. It looks like Palmowski's dropped it as well. Couldn't get the back end to come round. Couldn't follow the front. We've got Cox further down. Oh, now we are gone full course yellow. Right, pick the bones out of this, ladies and gents, because we need to see who these drivers are at the top end of the circuit, because I have got a feeling that one of them could be, yeah, Sherry-Ann Powell. Sherry-Ann Powell involved. Where's Campbell-Pilling? What sort of a start has he had? I'm not seeing. Oh, I am seeing Ron Campbell-Pilling. He's second. That's why I couldn't see him, because I was looking too far away. Well, everyone's fallen over each other. Ron Campbell-Pilling has gone from 12th to 2nd. That's a way to protect your championship lead right there. So then, Salarski, Campbell-Pilling, Archie Cole, Daniel Weir, Jamie Scott, Henry Foote, Sam Halley-Hicksman. What a good start from him, made 9 places. Archie Cole made 9 places as well. Kai Newman, 9 places up to 12. James Kochelek, 6 places. Oscar Walmsley-Jones, 10 places. There's lots of movement here. Where did Palmowski rejoin? 8 for Alicia Palmowski. Now, this restart is important. It shows you how slippy it still is. So I'm talking about drivers taking a risk onto slick tyres, and half of them are ditching it off into the first corner on the first lap. So, yeah. Restart's going to be key here. Maximilian Salarski, Ron Campbell-Pilling. Drag race up to the first corner. Archie Cole, top rookie, 156, up into 3rd place. Are we going to go green? We are. Here we go then. Who's going into the first corner first? Salarski holds the inside line. They're all round. Cole up into there's contact. Contact between Cole and, well, quite a few more. Cole and Daniel Weir, there was contact between. Oh, dear me, dear me. Well, Salarski backed them up because he went on the inside line. Archie Cole got a big whack from behind. I think it was Daniel Weir or Henry Foote. He got spun round. And then how have the rest of them sorted themselves out? There's contact there between Salarski and Campbell-Pilling in the front two. I can tell you that Palmowski's up into 4th, so she's made a great restart. Right then, it's all going off here. DRS 100 pre-final. We'll try and get them in an order as they come back into our view to complete this lap. We've had a full course yellow. We've had 2 of the front 3 off on the first corner, just overcooked it. Salarski then, Campbell-Pilling. Not much between the 2 of them. Then it is Daniel Weir and Alicia Palmowski. Now, if Palmowski can clear Daniel Weir in the next couple of corners, she'll have some clear track to get after the front 2. The danger is, every time Palmowski is going to go offline. She's going to hit some of the wet conditions. Here comes the leader. So Campbell playing down the inside of Salarski at the chicane. Makes it stick. Yes, he does make it stick. Good move from Ron Campbell-Pilling. And he hits the front. Salarski then into second. Does he have a look down the inside? He does. Down the inside goes Salarski. He'll get caught in the undercut, I would imagine, the side-by-side in a drag race. Down to the right-hander. Salarski. Oh, he just cuts the nose off him. Does Campbell-Pilling, and here comes Salarski again down the inside. He is going to make it stick this time. So then, these two swapping and changing on every couple of corners. They're over, start, finish. This battle for the lead, battle for third and fourth continues between Daniel Weir and Alicia Pawlowski. Then Jamie Scott in fifth, and Critchley is in sixth. Hallie Hicksman, Bryn Calder, Daniela Sutton, Kai Newman. They are the top 10 at the moment. Wow. So much close contact as well as a kart going backwards up the straight. That's not the best place to be. A kart going stuck in the middle of the circuit on the way out of the first chicane. And under investigation is Bryn Calder. Who is that car on the way out of the first chicane? In a real treacherous position. He's going to rejoin now. Who is it? It's the 155. So the 155 of Kai Newman was 10th as he went through last time round. He now rejoins at the back of the field. Is there a change in the lead? No, and if anything, Salarski's just managed to break the toe away from Rowan Campbell-Pilling. And listen, from the championship perspective, Campbell-Pilling doesn't need to do anything here. He just sits there in second place, grabs a handful of points, puts some more points between himself and Alicia Palmowski, and gets on to the front row for the grand final. That'll be everything that Campbell-Pilling needs. Doesn't need to take any risks here at all. So the interesting stuff will be, where does the weather change here? We've got a driver off at 5 as well. Conditions are still treacherous, but there is lots of dry patches around this circuit. The problem is, where it is still wet, it's very wet, and where it is still wet, it's right on the racing line as well. So here's the battle for third and fourth. Pawlowski down the inside. Can she make it stick over start finish? She's got the outside line. Don't think she will. No. Daniel Weir manages to hold on to that third place. Now, does Pawlowski has to force the issue here? It's probably worth a couple more. There you go. Daniel Weir very wide, nearly drops it, doesn't he, on the way through the stadium section. Here's Pawlowski down the inside, but Weir just does her on the undercut again. That's the danger. You go down the inside, you go too narrow on your overtaking manoeuvre, you pick up the wet line, and all of a sudden, it's very, very easy to be overtaken on the way out of the corner. And that is what has done for Alicia Palmowski throughout the day, really. Same in the first heat as well. Penalty for 1-3-2 of Sam Branston. So Branston, who is currently in 13th place. A contact warning as well. Here is that battle for third and fourth. Oh, she's done it again, and Weir span. Now Weir span, no contact. I had a great view of it from here. So Weir has just dropped it on the outside of that left-hand king. Palmowski was applying pressure up the inside. Here's the replay. Just loses it there. Just lost it on the way through. Frustration with himself, I'm sure. Palmowski just applied enough pressure to force the error. And Alicia Palmowski will now carry on her merry way in third place. The problem that she's got is the man in front of her, the one away from Campbell-Pilling. She needs to take points off him. She needs to have points off him at every single opportunity. Don't think she's going to get any in this pre-final. There's only 25 seconds to go here before the last lap starts. Here's Salarski. There'll be 2 more after this. Gap between Campbell-Pilling and third place Palmowski is pretty big. 6 seconds of big, so let's have a look at the lap time. So last time round Palmowski a 54.3, 53.5 for Campbell-Pilling and a 53.4 for Salarski. So front two are lapping around about 8/10 quicker than pretty much everybody else. Let's have a run down the top 10 then. Jamie Scott is 4th now. Ethan Critchley, good drive from him. Bryn Calder's up to 6th. Sam Halley-Hickston is 7th. What a good drive from him as well. Daniel Sutton up to 8th. Kochalek is 9th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones all the way up to 10th. And Tristan Powell is 11th. Where is Sherry Ann Powell? Because she had a spin on the first lap as well. into 13th. Where is Dylan Briley? So Dylan Briley, not even on my screen. So all the way down, as a lap down, Dylan Briley. So 26th place. That's probably Dylan's championship challenge. Whatever small chance he had has probably gone. Just pick up the battles a little bit further down the field as well. There is the battle that includes the 150 of Kocelek. As they all come round, and just a moment's time, our race leader is going to become a race winner because he's already on his way down towards the stadium section. So Solarski flicks right. Camel Pillion isn't close enough to offer really any challenge. He's certainly not going to offer a challenge in the closing corner. And over start finish comes Maximilian Solarski wins the pre-final. Campbell Pillion is second. There's a few back markers in the way before we get to Alicia Palmowski, who finishes in third. Just dropped it, didn't she, on the first corner, which effectively put paid to her challenge at the front of the field. And interestingly now, that's the full set of pre-finals done. The sun is shining here, but there are three real tricky sections here. Even though there is a dry line, certainly a dry line into the first chicane, I think a dry line into the second chicane, but there's a couple of really damp patches. So the first is the way into the second turn, turn 2. It looks really damp and treacherous into there. Turn 4 continues to look really dodgy into the left-hander, and certainly the left-hander onto the start-finish straight, which is where we saw Daniel Weir come a cropper. That is the trickiest part of the circuit, undoubtedly. The toughest part of the circuit is that left-hander. It's still wet, and for that reason alone, I can't see any driver go to the slick tyre. We'll try and get our camera guys down onto the dummy grid just to make sure that none of the drivers are on the slick tyre, but I am pretty sure that none of them will be for the DRS 62s who are on the grid and about to start their grand final. It's scheduled for 2:45, so I expect it to go off as soon as the track is clear, and we'll be back with the first of our grand finals, the grand final for the DRS 62s, in just a moment's time.
In these young people's eyes right now. if you're a 62. Hands up if you're going to do a good race. Hands up for a high five.
So the DRS 62s look to me like they're all on the wet tyre, on the grooved wets. And they're about ready to start their grand final. It's been a manic schedule, hasn't it? Obviously, because of the rain delay earlier on. Those that are joining us late won't know that we lost 2 or 3 hours of this morning's running due to the deluge, due to the track being flooded. From there, we've had a compacted schedule, which has worked really well, it has to be said. And now we're in a place where we are about to get underway with our grand finals. Our grand finals will be 10 minutes plus a lap. A couple of last-minute adjustments being made on the dummy grid. Harry Bartle having a little bit of pressure taken out of those tyres, I would imagine. It is certainly drier. There is parts of this circuit that are dry. There is parts of this circuit where the drivers will be able to take their normal racing line. There is probably 3 parts of the circuit that are still significantly damp. The way out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight is very treacherous. The way into turn 2 has caught a couple out. I'd say that 5 is still a little, 4 and 5 are a little bit slippery as well. But you can see they've all still got the wet tyre, the grooved tyre. And let's see how this develops in terms of the championship. Has anybody managed to claw back those points on Conor Scarisbrick? We'll obviously get the championship points post the last races. The championship winners will all be announced in due course after all the points have been tallied up, after all the drop scores have been accounted for, after all the scrutineering and post-race checks have been done. Then we'll be in a position to announce who the 3 champions of the Daniel Ricciardo Series for 2021 are. But this is the last chance. 3 races to go, 3 opportunities to potentially turn a championship challenge around, to potentially try and get on terms, to potentially try and improve your final position. Lots of points on offer in these grand finals, and points for fastest lap as well. So ultimately, 130 points on offer. Let's see what the DRS 62 is. Now, track conditions is going to be important here. So let's just have a quick look at how they circulate, where the areas are in which they might struggle. It's actually looking okay, isn't it, through 5, which is where they are now. A little bit damp maybe, but they've all seemed to have decent traction. I think it's fairly dry where they are now as well. It's just this part where the leaders are, just coming on to start-finish. Just a little bit damp. They're starting to maybe be a dry line, but if you go offline there, you are in big trouble. I wonder if any of the DRS 100s or the DRS 125s are thinking, I'll have a risk at this. I'll have a risk at there being a dry line. There's no real cloud cover anywhere, really. It's actually quite a nice day now here in Lincolnshire. But you can see there's still wet patches around. It is wet into 2, isn't it? It's wet into there. So that's what you'd have to manage if you're on the slick tyre. And at what point do you get to the tipping point of being brave enough to make that decision? It's a tough ask, isn't it? These young DRS 62 drivers are still on the wet tyre at the moment. I think all of them are on the wet tyre at the moment. It's 10 minutes this race, plus one final lap. Not just championship points at stake, but obviously the right of winning, the prestige of winning the main final here at the last round. An accumulation of a season's worth of development for these young drivers. All comes down to a grand final here at Fulbeck in changeable conditions. The front row then, Bartle and Scarisbrick. Wonder if Bartle's doing enough to move himself up to second in the championship. He's got the best of the starts. It's a bit messy, but he has got the best of the starts. Oh no, we're going round again. False start. I thought it was a bit messy. Bartle was maybe a little bit keen. Broke formation quite early. So Scarisbrick will be there, a bit of a sigh of relief, because he will now be able to have another go at attacking Harry Bartle. He'll certainly want to be alongside at the very least when they come round the final corner. Try and cross the line level with Harry Bartle, and then they can squabble all the way up the hill and into turn 2. They are going to get there quick at turn 2, and it's going to be slippery. So let's keep an eye on the drivers and how they manage the conditions into turn 2. It's one of the things that a couple of the DRS 100 drivers struggled with as well. There's a dry line through 7 here. Really difficult to see, isn't it? Here they come then. Scarisbrick and Bartle. Bartle's got the best of it. This is really messy again. Really messy. Yeah, really messy. False start from the officials. It's not right. They're breaking formation far too early. On the throttle far too quickly. Yeah, what happens now? It sounds like they're going to have one more attempt at this. See, Bartle's got to be careful, because Bartle is undoubtedly trying to get the drop on Scarisbrick. It was interesting because the last time round, Scarisbrick just looked across the track as if to say, what am I meant to do here? He got the drop by some 2 or 3 kart lengths, and all of a sudden Scarisbrick's in a battle with the drivers in behind on the second row. It shouldn't really be the case. He should be able to go through level, or at least only, at least half a kart length behind Harry Bartle. At some point, obviously the officials withhold the right to apply penalties if the drivers can't put themselves into the right formation, and the driver that dictates that formation and dictates that pace is Harry Bartle. So maybe just needs to be a little bit careful here, Harry. Make sure this is a bit more of an even start. They're round the final corner. They come under us here in race control, but it's messy again. It's horrendous. It's an awful start, it has to be said, from these young drivers. They are excellent the majority of the time. That was terrible. They were underway, but they were all breaking formation. They were far too fast. They weren't in any sort of orderly fashion as they came down. The result of that is that Harry Bartle has got out in front, and Conor Scarisbrick is still second. Behind them, we've got contact in the chicane. A lot of contact in the chicane. We've got one driver that's missed the chicane, which I think is Jackson Lane. I think Jackson Lane has missed the chicane. The rest of them have blocked the chicane. So we've got full course yellow. So what we've seen here is we've seen the full course yellow come out every time that the chicane has been blocked. So whilst, just in case, by the time the leaders get back round there and it's still not clear, they have wisely, the officials, used the full course yellow flag, which is with a yellow and black checkered flag, or the quartered flag, and the leader then becomes the pace car. He's already done this once, Harry Bartle, hasn't he? And at the time it was Ewan Scott who couldn't get on terms with him at the restart. Let's see if Conor Scarisbrick can do a better job at keeping hold of Harry Bartle through this restart. So we are going to go green at the next time round as well. So Bartle will back them up here. He'll look to sprint away at the front of this field. He'll look to try and stop any attacks from Connor Scarisbrick. So it's Scarisbrick in second, then Ewan Scott, then Oscar Walsh, then Jack Robinson and Oscar Cole, then Zach McDonald, then Nat Johnston is in 8th, and Benjamin Baker is 9th. Now Jackson Lane is 10th, but has come through the chicane, so we'll see what penalty is applied for that. So leaders back things up. We've got one driver just getting out of the car on the way into the second chicane, but everyone else seems to be okay. Here we go there, he's got the drop again, Bartle, hasn't he? They've all switched off, and Harry Bartle has done a masterclass in restarts once again. The trick for the boys behind is just to stay so tight and so close on the back bumper that as soon as he hits the accelerator, you are pushing him along. They haven't done, they've fallen asleep. Bartle's taken advantage and he's given himself 2 or 3 kart lengths as they headed through the chicane for the first time. They're now down the back straight into the second chicane. Harry Bartle there, I'm really keen to have a look at the lines and just have a look at how obvious it is that the drivers are taking the dry line, how much they get understeer. He looks like he's just driving the dry at the moment, Harry Bartle. Let's just keep an eye on this, because this is important for the DRS 125 drivers. It's important for the DRS 100 drivers as well, in terms of what tyre choice they will select. It could be a couple of dry races at the end here. It will be a bit of a major upset based on what we've seen in terms of the weather so far today. But the sun is shining here. How are they into 1? Yeah, they're pretty good into turn 1. Certainly look to be a dry line now. You can see it on the racetrack, the different coloured of the dry. This is a little bit slippy. There you go. There's the problem. So there is the issue for the DRS 125 and 100 drivers. Turn 2. So turn 2, which is turn 1 on the first lap, is still, I think, now the wettest part of the circuit. I think it's the last place to dry here at Fulbeck, and it could catch a couple out. So we've got to be careful around there. I think the rest of this lap looks like it's pretty much a dry line, and Harry Bartle is taking advantage of that. He has a little look over his right shoulder as he heads out of turn 5. You'll see that Scarisbrick is there under some pressure now from Ewan Scott. Oscar Walsh is 4th, Jack Robinson is 5th, and Zach McDonald is up 1 into 6. Jackson Lane is up a couple into 8th place. Other movers, Aaron Hayward's up into 11th as well at the expense of Indigo Pickering. And Jackson Lane's made another place ahead of Oscar Cole, who's now down into 8th, and then Nat Johnston's behind them. And Cruz Dalton is up into 12th, with Oliver Harrison 13th and Joe Wood 14th. Indigo Pickering's had some sort of problem on that previous lap and rejoins now in 16th place, and only Liam Karbeloff, who hasn't started the race, is the last on the running order. So 16 running, 1 retirement by the looks of it, which is Karbeloff. We've got, what have we got? Just around half distance remaining here, and we've got a penalty for Jackson Lane. That will be for going through the chicane on the first lap. So interesting. I'm just listening to some of the information being passed by the officials. So the meeting is still wet, so it's classified as wet, so the drivers have to take the wet tyre. So until the meeting is declared open, they cannot change tyres. So I don't think the 125s have the option or the choice of changing tyre for their final in a minute. It's going to be some very well-worn wet tyres at the end of that race, I can tell you. So I don't think they have the option. What I do think is I think that the DRS 100s then will have the option of using a dry tyre later on this afternoon in around about half an hour's time. So that could be an interesting dry race. So back to the DRS 62s and back to the battle for the lead, because Harry Bartle has just started to lose a little bit of time to Connor Scarisbrick, and Scarisbrick is now within a kart length or so. Ewan Scott is second. Now, how does Connor Scarisbrick play this? Because he's leading the championship. certainly doesn't need to do anything silly. Certainly doesn't need to get involved in an incident with Harry Bartle, but he'll undoubtedly want to win the race as well. So at what point does he push the attack button, or does he push the attack button? Does he sit inside him, sit behind him and say, right, I'll win the championship from here? I think they'll have done their maths. They'll know everyone will have had the calculators out in their pits, and will know what they required or what they needed. I don't think Conor Scarisbrick has to win this race to win the championship by my very, very rough calculations. But I'm sure he would love to, and I'm sure he will attack Harry Bartle at some point. There is the problem for the drivers that are looking at the slick tyre. Turn 2, you can see when the drivers turn into turn 2, they get a handful of understeer on the slippery surface, and it means that they just fall back a little bit. They just struggle to wrestle the car into the corner, and that loses them a little bit of time. I don't think anywhere else really it's particularly wet. I think everywhere else it's fairly, there's a dry line at least. Off the dry line, that is a different story. So off the racing line, that's a little bit trickier. But at the moment, there's not an overtaking manoeuvre being put on to Harry Bartle, and Scarisbrick is just trying his best to put some pressure on. They're going over start finish now. How much we got left? We've got 1 minute and 45 seconds, so probably 3 laps from here for this last race. Not just the last race of the day for the DRS 62s, the last race of the series, the last race of the championship, the last chance to win one of these races. And how much would Ewan Scott love to win this final race as well? Ewan Scott, who is 5th in the championship, came into this round 5th. Is this the chance for Scarisbrick into 4? No, he decides better of it, and then they swing out to the left and into 5. Head round the long right-hander. And now Scarisbrick starts to send little waved messages to the drivers in behind. Look at Oscar Walsh as well. He's really well placed, isn't he? Oscar Walsh just cruised onto the back of Ewan Scott. Jack Robinson is 5th. A little further back in 5th. He's not even coming to view yet, has he? Jack Robinson, there he is now. He's coming to view on your screen. Jackson Lane is 6th. I think Jackson Lane is going to take a penalty though at the end of this race. He missed the chicane on lap 1. Then Zach McDonald and Nat Johnston and Benjamin Baker up again into 9th, and Oscar Cole down into 10th. So next time round it will be the last lap. Where does Scarisbrick make this manoeuvre? Tell you what Bartle does, he covers off that inside line into the second chicane ever so well as they drop down the hill. Into turn 4 they go once more. Is there a grandstand finish here for the DRS 62s? Is there a big finale for these drivers? There's 4 of them in the battle for the lead here. Will Scarisbrick force the issue? Doesn't need to force the issue. But will he want to win this final race? Here they go then. Last lap, Scarisbrick to the outside. Try and slingshot through. There'll be no way. It's an easy corner to defend the first chicane. Oh, it's contact! There's contact with Scarisbrick and the 2 in behind as well. Scarisbrick has kept going, and I think he's going to finish. He's going to keep going, but oh, that could have been an absolute heart-stopping moment. What if that had affected his championship challenge, Conor Scarisbrick? I think there was some contact there. I'm not quite sure. Let's just see a bit more. There is contact there. Oh, there's a lot of contact there, to be honest. That is going to need a bit. It's actually, the contact is from Oscar Walsh. Oscar Walsh has gone past Ewan Scott, overcooked on the way in, and tagged the back of Conor Scarisbrick. So that will be seen by the officials. Undoubtedly, they will pick the bones out of that. But it was a hugely over-ambitious move from Oscar Walsh. He was so late on the brakes. He just cut Conor Scarisbrick in half as they went through the second part of the chicane. What it's meant is there is no doubt of our winner, Harry Bartle. His last lap was much easier than he probably thought it was going to be. Bartle has then won it. I think Scarisbrick has won the championship. He's certainly acting that way in second place. We'll get confirmation of that at some point in the near future. Scarisbrick comes home in second. Third place for Oscar Walsh. Jack Robinson is 4th. I'm sure the Oscar Walsh situation will be reviewed, I am sure. Ewan Scott is 5th. Jackson Lane is 6th. Zach McDonald is 7th. So the final race for the DRS 62s of this 2021 Daniel Ricciardo Series is won by Harry Bartle. We will wait and see what that means in terms of the championship. Second place on the road is Conor Scarisbrick. Third is Oscar Walls. There will undoubtedly be some bones to pick out of that one. But what an entertaining finish from these young drivers. We will turn our attention to the DRS 125s and their grand final, which is just around the corner. So the final for the DRS 125s, where championship leader Sam Faulkner starts on pole position. He's had a clean sweep so far this weekend. Tom Snape will start alongside. There wasn't much between them, was there? Now, this will be an interesting race because the meeting is now open, but I think by my observations, the meeting was declared open when the DRS 125 drivers were already on the grid. So as they're already on the grid, they could not change their tyres. So they are now on. They have to be on the wet tyre. This might be a tyre degradation type of final here, because I think the only real wet place now is the route into turn 2, which is high risk because it's turn 1 on the first lap. So they are all going to arrive on that first lap up to turn 2. And they're going to try and put the brakes on for the first time, and likely it's going to go straight on for a little bit. So that it has given us some entertaining starts as turn 2. But these drivers are going to have to find the rest of the way around this track by trying not to overcook and overheat these wet groove tyres, because they will effectively rip up. They'll burn on the top of the surface. They will chew away. They will become slippery themselves. And it will be like driving in the wet if they get them too hot, because that chemical reaction will put a slippery film of rubber on the top of the tyre. So it could be interesting. It's 10 minutes as well. It's a long way to go around this Fulbeck circuit. There is an indication of the groove tyre. They won't come in looking like that, I can promise you that. Let's see who can manage the conditions. This is a real challenge for these drivers now. So just JJ McGinn at the back of the field. Just waiting to get started. He has got started. And he will rejoin. So the rest of them are on their way around. They'll get a feel. This will be the first time they've had a feel for the current track conditions. They were out about 45 minutes ago when it was certainly a lot wetter than it is now. So a couple of real pinch points on the first lap. Turn 2, which is turn 1. For the first lap. The second chicane, under brakes down there, a little bit slippery. And just watch them going through 4 and 5 as well. So lots of opportunities for drama. And how do the likes of Tom Snape, Matthew Pearce, how do they try and get on terms with Sam Faulkner? Even if not for the championship, they'll want to win the last race of the season in their class. To do that, they've probably got to attack Sam Faulkner fairly quickly. So then, will they go this time? They've had 2 formation laps, so there's a chance that we'll get underway at this. There are a couple of stragglers at the back of the field, so they're probably going to need to catch up quite quickly, but they've still got a couple of corners still to go. Right then. Off the final corner come the DRS. Oh, it's not going to go this. There's no way that's going to go, surely. No, didn't think so. We said. So they'll go around another time. Now, what I would say is, and the clever drivers amongst these lot will know this, that especially if you're just trying to work the circuit out, sometimes you break formation on purpose. Sometimes you almost throw the first start so that you can get another go at it, so that you can have another reconnaissance lap, get some more information, learn a bit more about the track, give yourself a better chance of coming round the first lap in the best possible conditions. So I'm not saying that's what's happened, but I know that goes on. Let's see if they can get into a formation that's certainly much more orderly this time, as Faulkner just has a wave at Tom Snape. Snape doing nothing wrong, trying to keep himself just slightly ahead. Here they come then, they will go this time. It's a decent start. Right then, drag race up to turn 2. Snape and Faulkner almost eyeballing each other. Snape's going to try and go around the outside. Faulkner's got one on his inside as well. He'll try and get the undercut. Who's going to make the best of the start? Is it Pierce? Is that who's gone into the first corner first? It is. Into the first chicane, second chicane for the first time. Pierce then leads. Here's Faulkner down the inside. Can Pierce hold him off? Don't think he can. No, he can't. Will he attack him on the other side as they go into turn 5? He'll try and get the undercut now as they go through and down towards the stadium. They're side by side, but Faulkner has done enough to take the lead. Now, if it was me, I would be attack on Sam Faulkner now. Don't let him get ahead. Don't let him break the toe. Oh, there's a little bit of a slip. It's certainly still wet as they go through. They all overcooked it as they went through the left-hander. They all drifted a little bit wide. The one who really came out of it badly was Matthew Pierce. He's dropped a place. And now Tom Snape picks up the challenge to Sam Faulkner at the front of the field. They're all through the right-hander at turn 2 and stream down towards the left of the second chicane and into the turn 4, head up towards 5. No issues there, and we'll just check on the gap between the front couple, because this is where Faulkner's been so good all season at doing this. What he does is he gets himself into the box seat, he gets himself out front, and he really puts in some super consistent, super quick lap times just to try and push himself away from the rest of the pack. He's been so good at doing it. He's won races this season on that alone, on making sure that he's extra concentrated, extra fast, extra quick, extra smooth through those first couple of corners. He's done the same again here. What is the gap between himself now and Snape? I would say it's probably just about extended ever so slightly in the last half a lap or so. It's already 0.7 of a second. Let's see what it is this time. Looks a little bit more for me than it was last time. So Faulkner, Snape, Pierce, Oliver Owen up into 4th. Driven well, Oliver Owen, today, hasn't he? He was the one in the really wet conditions that looked like he had the measure of Sam Faulkner, and then made that mistake into the second hairpin in the first heat. The gap is up to a second between Faulkner and Snape. Pierce 3rd, Owen 4th. And then this battle a little bit further down the field, involving Jack Rigg and Mark Lawrence, 5th and 6th. 7th is Ben Gartside. 8th is Elliot Stanley. What a torrid day Elliot Stanley has had, and he hoped that he had of winning the championship was gone pretty much after qualifying, when it was really obvious that he didn't have the pace that he needed. Just got to check on the tyres here. There is still 2 areas now of this circuit that are causing some problems for the drivers. This is one of them, where these drivers are now on the way out of the final corner. 2 chicanes look fairly dry. 4 and 5, there's a dry racing line. But up into 2, there is still, this is just where we're about to see Mark Lawrence now. Still grabs a handful of understeer, doesn't he, on the way into the corner. So the entry of turn 2 and the exit of the final turn, turn 7, they are where the drivers are still struggling with the slippery surface. Other than that, I'd say it's pretty much dry line. I'd be really interested to see what the DRS 100 drivers are thinking on the dummy grid. I'd be really interested to see how many of them are going to have a risk here and going to try and get through that first corner first and try and... It's not a huge... The problem's going to be overtaking, because if you're on a slick tyre and you've got to come off the racing line onto the wet track, you are going to find it really hard to overtake. Who will be brave enough to do that? Right, let's go back to the front, because in the last lap or so, Faulkner has just given a little bit of time back, has he? I'm just having a look out now at the gap between Faulkner and the second place. Well, I was looking back at the second place of Tom Snape. Now, Tom Snape has dropped back to 5th. So what's happened there? Has he made a mistake? Has he ran wide? But Pierce has benefited. Pierce has moved up into second place. Oliver Owen is up into 3rd and might apply some pressure to Matthew Pierce in the next couple of laps. But what happened to Tom Snape? The number 5 was 2nd. Must have dropped it somewhere. He was under no pressure, and he wasn't really close to Sam Faulkner at the time. Now he's up behind Mark Lawrence, looking to take that place back up into 4th. So there is the battle for 4th and 5th. Oliver Owen is ahead of these 2, and then Pierce, and then Faulkner. Behind these, Ben Gartside is up ahead of Jack Rigg on the last lap. He's up into 6th. Carl Watt is 8th, and Elliot Stanley is 9th. Here is the battle, as we said, for 4th and 5th. Can Snape find a way through? He's going to have a little look, I think, into the chicane. No, he's not, because Mark Lawrence just does enough to hold him behind. Turn 2, still handfuls of understeer. So, as we said before, the DRS 100 drivers have 2 things to be aware of. It's pretty much a dry track, with the exception of the corner onto the start-finish straight, which looks very slippery still. And turn 2, the thing that would put me off the change of tyres would be turn 2. You've got to go into there as the first corner on the first lap. Your race could be done then. So unless we start to see a drier line appear into turn 2, it is a big call for the DRS 100 drivers. We are on the penultimate race of the day, the DRS 125s. It looks like Sam Faulkner is going to get a clean sweep here at Fulbeck, and with that will come the title as well. He's going to win the championship if he can keep it all in one place. He can keep it in one piece. He's got an 8-second, yes, 8-second advantage at the front of this field. As we're just seeing one of the drivers rejoin, that's JJ McGinn, who is currently in 10th place. Dave Burns is a retirement, the number 197. Only completed 2 laps of the race so far. Everyone else has done 8. Here is the battle for 4th and 5th, Lawrence and Snape. Snape still trying to find a way past, but he's a wily old campaigner, is Mark Lawrence, and he's making that car, that Daniel Ricciardo car, as wide as he possibly can do. Into the chicane they come once more. If these two are just starting to close in on, well, they are starting to close in on Oliver Owen as well, so Mark Lawrence isn't just doing a defensive job here, he's also got eyes on Oliver Owen in 3rd place, and how much would he love a podium in this final DRS 125 race of the championship, because they're running around about well, they're about half a second quicker than Oliver Owen. So it won't be long until they are tucked up behind him. And at the moment, Tom Snape cannot find the answer. So here is Faulkner. He's got 90 seconds plus 1 lap to complete to win this race. Not just to win this race, but to win the championship as well. He came into this series in the lead, came into this round in the lead, has won everything on offer so far this weekend. And therefore, he would claim the championship as well. He's a very laid-back young man. I don't know if we'll see any sort of emotion from him as he crosses the line. He'll know the mathematics of it. He'll know what he needed to do this weekend, and he's done it superbly well so far. So then, 54, 53. This will be tight. This will probably be 2 more laps after this one for Sam Faulkner as he heads up towards turn 2. Wonder what kind of condition those wet tyres will be at the end of this race. I would imagine they'll be very worn indeed. I imagine they'll be good for the bin. Second place still Matthew Pearce. Third place Oliver Owen. Now how close is this battle getting between Oliver Owen in third, Mark Lawrence in fourth and Tom Snape in fifth? Because this could be a little grandstand finish between those three for the last podium place. Only around about 8/10 between them last time round. What a finish it would be for Mark Lawrence if he could find a way to sneak past. In the same vein, we spoke to Oliver Owen at Rissington. He said he wanted a podium. He said that would be progress for him. Well, he's sat in the podium position at the moment, but he's got 2 drivers that are going to be breathing down his neck, and there they are. There's actually not that much between Pearce and Owen, but Owen and Lawrence is the battle for third and fourth, and then Tom Snape in behind. Oh, he's a little bit wide. He's a little bit wide. Is Mark Lawrence. Snape comes alongside. Can he make the move stick into the chicane? Yes, he can. Oh, one mistake from Mark Lawrence on the slippier part of the circuit, and his challenge for a podium looks like it could well be done, because now Tom Snape will see a podium, and he will want to try and close in on Oliver Owen in the final stages of this race. So Faulkner then is on his last lap. Here are the rest of the drivers for second, third, fourth and fifth. Oliver Owen third, Pearce second. Faulkner is already out of the chicane. The rest of them only just started the new lap. Faulkner is going to win this by, he's got 14-second advantage. I promise you, in a kart, that is a huge advantage. Such is the dominance that he's had in this race. That translates to the dominance he's had in this championship as well. He missed a round, and he's still going to win it by a country mile. Here comes Sam Faulkner, not just to win the race, but to win the championship as well. No emotion from him. He just drives along, has a long look over his right shoulder. There is nobody there to see. Here is the battle for second then. Pearce, here's the battle for third. Still Ridge, I think they're going to run out of laps. And Oliver Owen is just going to keep it neat and tidy in this last corner. Can he? I think he can. Yes, he does. Oliver Owen comes through in third and punches the air. A good result for him. Tom Snape into fourth. Mark Lawrence will be gutted, I'm sure, of a podium chance taken away in fifth. Ben Gartside sixth. Carl Watt is seventh. And Jack Rigg in eighth place. JJ McGing in ninth. And Elliot Stanley's weekend is compounded by a 3 laps behind in 10th place. But Sam Faulkner then completes the clean sweep, completes a very dominant display for the DRS 125s. And now then, it's our chance to look forwards towards the last race of the day, the last race of the championship. I'm very keen to get some shots from the grid and just see what tyre choice these DRS 100s have gone for. So they are wet tyres. Are they all on wet tyres? So Salarski on pole. That's a wet tyre. Yeah. Let's move a bit further back and see if we've got any more. Palmovski alongside wet tyres. The 153 of Jamie Scott, wet tyres. Yeah, further back, wet. Oh, there's a slick tyre there. Who is that? Dylan Briley is on a brand new set of slick tyres. I love that. He's got nothing to lose, has he? He might as well. Anybody else? Anybody else further back? Keep going. Anybody else further back in the field that might have? I think there's one behind Briley who's on slicks as well. If my eyes are good enough, there's one behind Dylan Briley who's on slicks. Who is that? That is another set of slicks. I can't see the number, unfortunately. But whoever is behind Dylan Briley on the grid, 138, I am reliably informed, is Henry Foote. So Briley and Henry Foote, keep an eye on these two. So if they can get through the first couple of laps, they're a real threat. They're a real threat at the end of this race. Fair play to them. Why not? Last race, go and give it everything you've got, boys. What they both do need to do is get some grip into them tyres very, very quickly. They need to get some traction into them tyres, and I can already see Dylan Briley just having a little bit of a wobble, just a bit of a quiet wobble, just to get as much heat into them as he can. Oh, this could be a cracker, couldn't it? The DRS 100s have given us outstanding racing all season. They've given us fantastic finals. They've given us close racing. They've given us controversy at times as well, which is what we like, of course, for the viewers at home. Let's finish on a real cracker here. Salarski and Palmovski on the front row. Jamie Scott and Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Keep an eye on the outside of about 8 rows back, Dylan Briley, number 5. How much tyre temperature can he get into those tyres? He'd be good odds to win this. He'd be good odds to win this, because if those tyres do come to him early enough, he will start to cruise past people on the dry line. Such an interesting start. Briley needs about 3 rolling laps here. So Briley and Henry Foote want about 3 rolling laps. They're hoping every time they go to start finish that this race doesn't start. The more laps they get into them tyres, the more heat they get into them. Also, the more tyre temperature goes into the wet tyres of the leaders, and they start to chew up. So every time this race doesn't start, the big beaming smile on Dylan Briley and Henry Foote's faces. Let's see how this develops. Could be a cracker, this. Palmovski on the outside of the front row. Probably championship done for Alicia. Don't think she's going to have the points. We haven't had the calculators out up here, but I don't think Rowan Campbell-Pilling can really... I think even with a drop score here, he's still going to carry a really good final score. So I'm not sure the championship is up for grabs here. But certainly a race win is. We think it's pretty much sewn up, the championship. 71 points the difference, yeah. This is about winning a race then. This is about pride. This is about coming out on top today. Who has the drop into the first corner of drag race? Oh, Campbell-Pilling's broken. He broke formation, didn't he? Rowan Campbell-Pilling certainly broke formation. Palmovski tucks in behind. Only really sideways from Salarski. We've almost get through after. Yes, Palmovski is through. Where is Dylan Briley? Has he managed to get through? We'll have a little look as they come back into our view. They've all got through the first couple of corners, which is important. Palmovski's second then. Behind Salarski, who's made the best of the opening starts. Whoa, Briley's up to about 6th and 7th on the start. What a start from Dylan Briley. I'm telling you now, run off to your nearest bookies and have a couple of quid on Dylan Briley to win this race, because if he has got them tyres working, he is going to cruise right up to the leaders. He can afford to give away some track position at the moment. This is the problem for Briley in here. Where does he? Oh, there you go. There's the problem. He ran wide. There's the problem. If you've been at the bookies, stop, turn round, come back. It might not happen. That was the problem. I actually think he was too wide. I think Dylan Briley needs to take some inside curb into that left-hander. I think if he took a chunk of the inside curb, it would have just kept him on the inside of the track. But because he was slightly wide, he almost took the normal racing line. It needs to adapt onto the tyres. Gutted. I thought that was going to give us a cracker. Here is a move for second place. Oh, it's contact as well between Palmovsky and between Ron Campbell-Pilling. There was contact between them two earlier on in the season, wasn't there? A little bit of contact for first and second and third, rather. Where is Salarski? How far down the road is he at the moment? He's a little bit away, isn't he? He went 2 seconds quicker than everyone else on the front on the first lap. So Palmovsky needs to get a head down here. Don't worry about what's behind. See if you can close this gap to Maximilian Salarski. The gap is 2.5 seconds, so it's going to need a big effort, it has to be said. Where is number 5, Dylan Briley, 11th at the moment. Where is the other driver who was on? Henry Foote, 12th. So the two drivers on slicks, 11th and 12th. They will come good if they can find their way, if they can navigate through turn 7. They will come good, these two. Just when is the question. I'm just looking at Briley coming out the chicane now. Goes into 4, yeah, neat and tidy. Dry line, no problem with that. I'm going to keep an eye on him as he comes through the left-hander as well. Here is Palmovsky and now Sherry-Ann Powell. So Sherry-Ann Powell, haven't we said all season, Sherry-Ann Powell's come on really strong in every final. And she's at it again. Sherry-Ann Powell, be great to see on the podium. He's too wide. I'm just looking at Dylan Briley. He needs to be a bit more narrow. He needs to be a bit more tight on the way through that left-hand on the start finish. It's costing him too much time at the moment. Let's see if he can... Let's look at his lap time. So Dylan Briley last time did a 51.7. Well, one second slower than Maximilian Salarski. So Salarski is quicker at the moment. Let's have a look. Oh, we've got a yellow flag at 5 as well. Why is there a yellow flag at 5? What can we see? Mechanical as well for somebody. I'm just hearing on the radio. Don't know who it's for. 1-2-1. So mechanical for the 1-2-1 of Charlie Ratford. Where is Charlie Ratford in the grand scheme? I think I was last. So don't worry about that so much. Here is the battle for second between two very fine drivers, two young ladies who have been shining stars of this series. And Sherry-Ann Powell has come good in every single, more or less every final. She's been there and thereabouts, hasn't she? She's gone a roundabout way of doing it sometimes. She's had some very mixed fortune in the heats, but for a very young DRS 100 driver as well, she's been there and thereabouts, and she's now just hassling Alicia Palmovsky, just trying to find a way through. Palmovsky gives her the eyes as they look down the bottom straight and into this final complex section of the circuit. Has Sherry-Ann Powell, if they could clear, I mean, the problem is at the moment, these two are lapping about 8/10 slower than Salarski. So Salarski is just cruising away at the front of this field, and Palmovsky is all of a sudden starting to go on the defensive here. You're a long way out, Alicia, to be starting defending now. Bryn Calder is 4th. What a good drive from Bryn Calder this weekend. He's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, in terms of pace. He's now got a good chunk of track position. And if these two ladies were to fall over each other, and here comes Sherry-Ann Powell. She had a little look down the inside, didn't she, into the second chicane. Didn't manage to make it stick. Bryn Calder could be on for a podium here. Rowan Campbell-Pilling is behind them. I don't think Rowan Campbell-Pilling needs to do anything more than just circulate in 5th place. Hallie Hinksman, good drive from Sam Hallie Hinksman as well. Into 6th. Daniel Weir is 7th. Ethan Critchley is 8th. Dylan Briley is up to 9th now then. Still 51.6 though. Still a second slow, and there's a contact there. 1-4-3. So the 1-4-3 of Daniela Sutton. So Daniela Sutton then is off on the way into, I think, or the way out of turn 2. So Daniela Sutton, who was running up in the top 10, is parked on the exit. Now, what's happened there? It sounds like there's going to be an investigation, so something happened there, which has resulted in Daniela Sutton being embedded in those tyres. She looks okay. She's wandering away. She's just ran over to the other side of the circuit, so driver is absolutely fine. Good to see. Here is the battle then. Now, here down the inside again, Palmovsky really aggressive with the defence over Sherry-Ann Powell. Not willing to give that second place up just yet. There's the slippery section of this circuit. And now she goes defensive. She's going to back them up if she's not careful, is Alicia. Now, if she can do that for the remaining, 4 minutes, probably about 5 laps, fair play. But I think that she's probably just going to concertina them all up in behind her. So Henry Foot under investigation. I'm assuming that was the incident involving Daniela Sutton. So there's the battle for second, third and fourth. No change in the leader. Leader is lapping about a second a lap quicker than everybody at the moment. Everybody, with the exception of Dylan Briley, because Dylan Briley has done a 50 flat, which is 7/10 quicker than Salarski. Now then, where is he? Let's have a look at where Dylan Briley is, because he is now, here is the battle for second coming under us now. Where is Briley? He's about the length of the pit straight behind these. His next target is Ron Campbell-Pilling. What's he done this time? 50 flat again, faster every single lap. So he's lapping a second and a half quicker than Ron Campbell-Pilling. So he'll be on Ron Campbell-Pilling in about 4 corners at this rate. This is interesting. I'm not saying he's going to win the race, because that is a big ask from here. But he could get on the podium. He really could. Now then, and especially if Palmowski just backs them all up, although she just cleared a little bit of Sherry-Ann Powell's pressure in the last lap or so. But Briley is the man on the move here. 50 flat. What did, just out of interest, what did Henry Foot do? 53. Henry Foot's caught in all kinds of traffic in 15th place. So what Dylan's managed to do is clear the traffic, which has helped him. Now he's on the back of Ron Campbell-Pilling, who will be his next victim. Campbell-Pilling looks over his shoulder. He's like, oh God, here comes Briley on a brand new set of slick tyres with loads of traction and loads of grip. Now, where does the overtaking manoeuvre get done from Dylan Briley? Probably just needs to get round turn 2 first. He does. Now then, drive off turn 2. There's the traction. He will make this stick, I think. He has made it. He's going to come across the back marker in the chicane, which isn't going to help him at all. Can he clear the back marker, who just about gets a shove from Campbell-Pilling, which he appreciated. Now then, he's up to 6th. Next target, Sam Halley-Hinksman. There's the battle still going on for second, third and fourth. Here is Salarski's through to complete another lap. Here is the battle for, there's been a change, hasn't there? Because Sherry-Ann Powell is now through and Palmowski has dropped. So Palmowski's dropped back to 5th. So that move that got Sherry-Ann Powell past Alicia Palmowski has cost Alicia a lot of places. It's cost her 3 places down to 5th. And she's now under pressure from Dylan Briley. So Briley now could be about to move up to 5th. Has he managed to make that stick? Where are they? Down into, look at Halley-Hinksman. Sam Halley-Hinksman up into 2nd place. So, Hinksman 2nd now. 3rd place for the number 147 of Sherry-Ann Powell, and now Brealey into 5th, ahead of Palmowski, who is with Ron Campbell-Pilling in a battle for 6th and 7th at the moment. Salarski's through to complete the lap. Don't worry about him. He's well clear at the moment. Now then, how long have we got? We've got 35 seconds. We've got 2 more laps. 2 more laps. Watch Briley. Briley is, so we've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Sam Halley-Hinksman, Sherry-Ann Powell, Bryn Calder, Dylan Briley. 2 of them will be on the podium. Let's see who it is. Briley has got to be the favourite just because of his pace at the moment. Although he's got a little bit of track position to make up. Where is he? He's there, isn't he? He's now managed to get ahead of Bryn Calder. So Calder is ahead. So Briley's ahead of Calder. Now Sherry-Ann Powell is his next target. So there's going to be 1 lap to go. Is it? Oh, Halley-Hinksman's off. Sam Halley-Hinksman's off. Sam Halley-Hinksman is off. He comes to the observer. Where is that? That was happening at the bottom of the circuit. So now then, Sherry-Ann Powell is 2nd. Halley-Hinksman is out the race. Briley's 3rd. Can Briley pinch? Here's the move. Oh, that was the move. We missed it. That looked like the move. Was that the move that put Halley-Hinksman out the race? We'll wait and see. I am watching now Sherry-Ann Powell and Dylan Briley. Can Briley find a way through? He comes to the inside of the chicane, and Dylan Briley is up into 2nd place. What a drive! What a tyre choice it is for him. It's still going to be a great result for Sherry-Ann Powell. Salarski's going to win it. Over the line comes Maximilian Salarski. Where is he? He's just coming up now. Is he? Where is he? There he is. Little panic there. He has won it. Maximilian Salarski in a gaggle of karts that were the back markers, and Briley into 2nd. 3rd place for Sherry-Ann Powell. Bryn Calder 4th. Palmowski 5th. Ron Campbell-Pilling is 6th, and we think the champion, Freddie Cox, 7th, Oscar Walmsley-Jones into 8th place. The top rookie was Ethan Critchley in 9th and Daniel Weir in 10th. Well, we asked the DRS 100 drivers to give us a finale, and they gave us a bit of everything. There's probably little bit for the officials to dig out of that. There was a couple of manoeuvres that we didn't quite catch. Certainly one on Sam Halley-Hinksman that resulted in him coming out of the race. The move that took Palmowski out a second, we probably need to see again as well. But no denying the winner. Maximilian Salarski claims another victory to add to his total for the season. It's not the first DRS 100 final that he has won. He was a winner at round 1. He was a winner at round 4 as well. He will have done his championship challenge, no harm either. Dylan Briley in 2nd place. Be interested to see the final point standings because they're all quite close. Palmowski, Briley, Salarski, Henry Foot. We'll sort all of those points out in the not too distant future. But let's just take a moment to enjoy the sheer quality of the DRS 100s once more. The standout class for me this season, it has to be said. They've given us a bit of everything this season. And that is that. What a season, what a race to finish the season, but what a season from the Daniel Ricciardo Series in 2021. We have 3 new champions, which we will be announcing in due course. We have another fantastic race weekend and all the things that the officials here have managed to combat and conquer. The weather, we've combated a pandemic this year as well. It's been absolutely top draw from the organisers of one of the UK's, or the UK, for me, the UK's premier karting championship now. Super stuff, and we'll be back with you in around about half an hour's time for the trophy presentation. From me and everyone here at Fulbeck, it's goodbye for now. Who knows? Who knows? There's a secret to the black magic.
She's never been available, so I don't know why.
She's not available to any now.
Exactly.
Welcome everyone to the presentation for round 6, the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here in Lincolnshire at Fulbeck. This presentation is for today's racing. The presentation for the championship placings will take place in due course, and the DRS staff will be in touch with all the competitors regarding that. Let's start with our DRS 62s. All the drivers today have competed in some pretty tough weather conditions and applied themselves fantastically well. Our youngest of the classes, the DRS 62s, in third place, number 121, Connor Scarisbrick. In second place, and also achieving our top rookie award, number 120, Oscar Walsh. And today's winner, number 6, Harry Bartle. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 DRS 62 drivers, and a little bit extra as well. Well done, boys. On to from our youngest to our oldest drivers, the DRS 125s. In third place, number 318, Oliver Owen. In second, number 2, Matthew Pearce.
Cheers, thank you.
And today's winner, untroubled throughout the day, number 283, Sam Faulkner. Ladies and gents, the top 3 for the DRS 125s. And finally then, our DRS 100s, providing once again some top quality entertainment, some great driving, and a good result at the end as well. In third place, number 147, Sherry-Ann Powell. Second place, about 5 laps short, I think. Number 5, Dylan Briley. And today's winner, and he did just disappear into the distance, number 135, Maximilian Solarski. Ladies and gents, the DRS 100 top 3. And the top rookie for the DRS 100s, Ethan Critchley. Cool. And that's it from us here at Fulbeck for the final round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. The overall prize presentation will be later on in the year at a fantastic event for all of the young drivers. What we must say is that the driving standards have been fantastic. The entertainment's been superb. This single make category, this single make championship has once again really delivered. From all of us here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series, we will see you next year. And if there's something that you liked in terms of what you've seen, you think you could do, you could be seen on that podium in next year's championship, get in touch with the Daniel Ricciardo Series. From all of us here, goodbye.